I'd agree to working with Donald Trump on renaming the Gulf of Mexico only if he first agrees to work with us on an actual plan to lower costs for Americans. That's what the American people want us to focus on first, not on renaming bodies of water. Donald Trump is in over his head, so he's doing what he always does in times like this: distract America with crazy ideas. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico may be a zany new idea, but it isn't going to help people save money at the grocery store. It's not going to make trips to the pharmacy more affordable. It's not going to help anyone find a good-paying job. On cabinet nominations and Mr. Ratcliffe. If one thing is clear from this week's cabinet hearings, it's that Donald Trump is not building a cabinet to serve the American people. He's building a cabinet to serve the special, big, powerful interests. The American people deserve to know if the president-elect's nominees will bring costs down and protect America, or cut sweetheart deals for the most well-off Americans while making America less safe. Yesterday, I met with John Ratcliffe, the president-elect's nominee for CIA director. I raised my concerns about some of his positions and challenged him to be rock-ribbed when it comes to the integrity of the CIA, a place where facts, not lies, must prevail for the security of America. I also told Mr. Ratcliffe about my very grave concerns regarding the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence, because I believe her tenure could be colossally disruptive to our intelligence agencies, where so many thousands work so hard and many risk their lives to protect us. I told Mr. Ratcliffe that I thought it would be best if he told President-elect Trump that Tulsi Gabbard should not have the job. I also told Mr. Ratcliffe that he needs to be rock-ribbed and strong when she presents falsities about intelligence, which, given her past, she seems almost inevitably is someone who she almost will inevitably do. Unfortunately, I found his answers about Ms. Gabbard to be insufficient. Candidly, Mr. President, the truth is that many of the president-elect's nominees are just not fit for the job, not just Ms. Gabbard. As we continue with hearings next week on important issues like UN Ambassador, Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of the Army, Democrats will continue to hold the president-elect's nominees' feet to the fire to show the American people who Donald Trump's nominees are really fighting for. Will Donald Trump's nominees focus on cutting costs, or will they be more interested in cutting sweetheart deals for big business? Will they protect our communities, or will they focus on protecting special interests? Will they serve middle-class and working families, or will they serve the swamp? It seems all too likely the wrong answer on each of these questions might be very, very real. Should the time come that some of these nominees fail on the job, which, given their lack of qualifications, sadly seems likely, Democrats will continue to make it clear that there were red flags.
Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a few hours ago, beneath the dome of the U.S. Capitol, with the eyes of the world upon us, the United States carried out yet again the peaceful transfer of power. We fulfilled the sacred commandment handed down to us by the framers nearly 2.5 centuries ago. We observed the inauguration of Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. I congratulate President Trump. I congratulate Vice President Vance. The prayers of the American people are with them. Today, let me also thank one more time our nation's 46th President, Joe Biden. History will look kindly on President Biden's 4 years in office. He lifted America out of the abyss of crisis. He restored decency and integrity to the White House. His bold agenda, made possible by Democrats in Congress and particularly in the Senate, will stand the test of time. When Americans drive on better roads, breathe cleaner air, enjoy good-paying manufacturing jobs, and save on prescription drugs, it will be because of the things we accomplished under President Biden's watch. So I thank President Biden, and I thank Vice President Harris for their service to our nation. The peaceful transfer of power is the defining feature of a free society. It's what separates nations like the United States from the wastelands of despotism and autocracy. As we've seen recently, the peaceful transfer of power can never be taken for granted. It requires all sides to accept the will of the people and affirm the results of the democratic process, no matter the outcome. That is what Democrats firmly believe in. Democrats believe in the peaceful transfer of power, and we showed it today. Democrats are loyal above all to our Constitution and to our democratic principles. And today, we practiced what we preached, the democratic transfer of power. I hope that today's inauguration shows the world that the chaos of 4 years ago was an unfortunate aberration and not the norm. It's now time to look to the future. The challenges that face America are many and great. The Senate must respond with resolve, bipartisanship, and fidelity to the working and middle class of this country. When President Trump and I disagree, I stand ready to work with him. While President Trump and I often disagree, I stand ready to work with him and with anyone, regardless of party, to advance the nation's well-being. The American people want us to work together to make their lives better. Democrats are ready to do just that. We have been and always will be. Finally, today, of course, is not just Inauguration Day, but Martin Luther King Jr. Day, too. Today, we remember that the march of justice may sometimes feel slow and halting, but if we persist and persist and persist, then one day we, too, shall reach the promised land. I like to say that Dr. King hoisted a giant mirror on his shoulders, and with his brilliance, his eloquence, and his faith, he forced America to look into that mirror, and America didn't like what it saw. And that began us on a real road, a real path to greater equality, and we still have a long way to go. But King was an amazing man, and it's fitting that his holiday is the only holiday on the calendar named for just one person. We have Mother's Day for the mothers, Father's Day for the fathers, President's Day for the presidents, Veterans Day for the veterans, but only one holiday for one man, and that's because Dr. King was so unique and so amazing. Now, the work of justice, we all know, and Dr. King taught us, does not happen overnight. Sometimes progress rushes forth like a mighty stream. Other times it may feel as if progress flows in reverse and moves backward. Either way, Dr. King's hopeful message is the same. No matter the odds, we shall overcome. I yield the floor, note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Now, on the first day of President Trump's presidency, moments after taking the oath of office, President Trump declared that it was the dawning of a golden age here in America. But on day one into his presidency, it's clear Donald Trump's golden age is not for the working and middle class. His golden age, rather, is for the special interests, for the wealthy elite, and the corporate insiders he promised to take on as president. Just look at his first day in the White House, which shows exactly what I am saying. On day one, President Trump and his executive orders made it harder for Americans to save on prescription drug costs. President Trump cleared the way for big oil and polluters and halted leasing of offshore wind farms. He took steps to make it harder to enroll in the ACA and made Medicaid less generous. He removed the United States from the Paris Climate Accords. Nothing President did on day one lowered grocery prices. Nothing helped Americans achieve their dream of owning a home. Nothing will help working families earn more and save more. Their drug costs will go up. The cost of buying and maintaining a home will go up. The cost of health care will go up. The cost of energy will go up. So who is exactly Donald Trump's golden age for? Not for working Americans, that is for sure. President Trump's golden age is one for America's biggest drug companies, who can now worry less about lowering their prices. It's a golden age for America's richest oil executives, who want nothing more than to kill clean jobs and deepen America's dependence on fossil fuels. It's a golden age for America's top 1%, who want another $1 trillion tax break paid for on the backs of workers in the middle class. And sadly, it's a golden age for lawlessness and lawbreakers who were pardoned yesterday by President Trump. There's no other way to describe President Trump's pardon of January 6 offenders than un-American. Let's be clear. President Trump didn't just pardon protesters. He pardoned some people convicted of assaulting police officers in seditious conspiracy. It's a betrayal of the highest order of our Capitol Police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. When President Trump talks about a golden age, he's talking about a golden age for drug companies, powerful oil executives, and rioters who attack our police and attack our democracy. That is not the golden age Americans want. Okay, there's a lot on, the president put a lot on the agenda, so it took us a while in there to go through it all. But anyway, I want to thank Senators Klobuchar, Schatz, and Murphy for joining us. Moments after taking the oath of office, President Trump declared that it was the dawning of a golden age in America. But on day one of his presidency, it's clear Donald Trump's golden age is not for the working and middle class. In fact, it's a golden age for special interests, for wealthy elites, and for corporate executives of big corporations. On day one, Donald Trump signed over 150 executive orders dismantling years of progress on lowering costs for American families, on energy jobs, on lowering prescription drug prices, public health and public safety. With a flick of a pen, President Trump took steps to make it harder to enroll in health care and made Medicaid more restrictive. He even made it harder for Americans to save on prescription drugs. He made it a golden age for big pharma and big pharma executives. He cleared the way for big oil polluters and halted leasing of offshore wind farms, making it a golden age for oil company executives. Nothing that President Trump did on day one lowered grocery prices. Nothing helped Americans achieve their dream of owning a home. Nothing will help working families earn more and save more. Who exactly is Donald Trump's golden age for? Not for working Americans, and not for your family, and not for you. President Trump's golden age is one for America's biggest drug companies, who now can worry less about lowering their prices. It's a golden age for America's richest oil executives, who want nothing more than to kill clean jobs and deepen America's dependence on fossil fuels and raise the price for you at the pump. It's a golden age for America's top 1%, who want another $1 trillion tax break, paid for on the backs of working families. And sadly, it's a golden age for lawlessness and lawbreakers who were pardoned yesterday by President Trump. There is no other way to describe President Trump's pardon of January 6th offenders than un-American. It is so deeply un-American to do that, to pardon them. And let's be clear, President Trump didn't just pardon protesters. He pardoned individuals convicted of assaulting police officers. He pardoned individuals convicted of seditious conspiracy. And he pardoned those who attempted to undermine our democracy. It's a betrayal of the highest order of our Capitol Police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. It just is so cruel to the Sitnick family who lost a police officer. When President Trump talks about a golden age, this is what he really means. Richer drug companies, more powerful oil executives, freedom from criminals who attack our police officers and attack our democracy. It ain't a golden age for you, average American, that's for sure.
And with that, I'll turn it over to our leader, Senator Schumer.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thank you for your great work on these issues. She's been fighting these issues to get prescription drug costs lower for decades, even going up to Canada, which was very far away from Minnesota. It was a long trip, but she still did it.
You can see it from our porch.
I know. In any case, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for being here, and I think two of our colleagues just had won re-election, Angela also Brooks and Ruben Gallego. They can tell you how much people cared about this issue. Anyone who's out there knows. And I want to thank our advocates, David Wright from Families USA, David Mitchell, is he here, from Patient from Potomac, and of course the great Leslie Dock, who I worked on passing the ACA with 15 years ago, and it's gotten better and better and better. And we don't want to reverse that trend, but we're here today to talk about prescription drugs. When you ask Americans what is bugging them, what is really ticking them off, at the very top of the list is the high cost of prescription drugs. Why? It's life and death for a lot of people. It's health. It's being able to go to work. It's being able to have enough ability to watch the kids or grandkids. And when you have to make the choice between paying through the nose for these expensive drugs or your own health, it's one of the most confounding decisions that everyday Americans have to make every day. And so we were so proud. As you know, in a little room, I negotiated the IRA with Manchin. And I was pleasantly surprised at how much we were able to do in terms of getting, for the first time, something we had been waiting for. I was on more teleconferences with AARP and seniors, and getting Medicare to be able to negotiate with these drug companies to bring the cost down. And as you've seen, the first 10 drugs were a huge success, and now we have another 10, including Ozempic and Wegovy and some of the others. That's going to reduce health. When you reduce the cost of those drugs and the ability to buy those drugs, you dramatically reduce the cost of health care. Because things like diabetes and other things which cost so much to take care of in their later stages aren't going to happen. And we put in the $2,000 cap. It was $3,200 last year. It's now $2,000. So that if you have a kid with cancer or a grandkid with cancer, you can afford that drug. People can afford that drug. So this is, what we did was amazing. It was groundbreaking. And when Donald Trump was on the campaign trail, and all of our Republican senators, they can tell you, were on the campaign trail and say, oh yes, we want to keep those costs down and reduce them. And within 2 days, in one of the first executive orders, they pulled the rug out from under what we did. 2 days. Didn't take them very long to do a total reversal and side with Big Pharma instead of siding with everyday hardworking Americans. And let me tell you, I met with Russell Vought yesterday. This guy is really dangerous in one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful agency. He's one of the authors of Project 2025, one of the leaders of Project 2025, and they want to get rid of the whole thing. No more cost of insulin at $35. No more limit of $2,000. No more negotiations to get the price of drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy down. Out. Why? Well, as Amy said, and I've been saying, it is a golden era in America for the very wealthy, including pharma and the pharmaceutical executives. It's a golden era for them, not for working families. And what we've been doing at the hearings and what you're going to hear us doing for the next years is show who this golden era is for. The very, very few, whether it's the oil companies or big corporations or very wealthy individuals, and certainly for Big Pharma, the golden age is for them, average American. Mr. America, Mrs. America, Ms. America, America, it ain't for you. It's for them, the golden era. And we're going to do everything we can, everything, all of us, to make sure that they don't get their wishes, to fight them every step of the way, to get those drug costs down, to get $35 insulin for everybody, to get a cap on prescription drugs for everybody. Let's see if they join us. Let's see if any of our Republican senators join us. We've got a lot of talk on the campaign trail, and not just inaction, but reversal of that within 2 days. Shame on them. Yes.
On federal workers, what's your reaction to them, to the Trump administration ending telework for federal workers? It affects a lot of different workers who've been working from home recently because of the COVID.
Yeah, and I'll call on Tim, who's been our federal expert. But telework works in a lot of ways. To just take a blanket brush across and say get rid of all telework is going to hurt millions and millions of Americans who depend on these people doing their jobs. There are many ways that telework is very, very effective. And when you say get rid of all telework, it just means you want to take a dagger to the heart of federal workers and the federal government. Tim, do you want to follow up?
I'd love to tackle that one. There was a hearing in the House not long ago, last year, where the OPM director appeared before the House for the last time. And he revealed results of a study. The percentage of federal workers that telework is lower than the percentage of private sector workers that telework. Why is that? Well, what you ought to be focusing on is being effective, and a lot of private employers have realized telework is really effective, just like we've realized telehealth can be really effective. You can access course content via, teleplatforms. And so why would you just have an across-the-board rule rejecting what is a best practice now in the private sector to do it? I have my caseworkers do a lot of telework because my tax expert, for example, is in Abingdon, Virginia, in Appalachia, and she handles all of the tax concerns raised by Virginians in any part of the state. Her job has always been telework. Even when she's in the office, she's interacting with constituents essentially via telework. So that kind of across-the-board thing is just designed to make people's lives harder. It's part of this trauma strategy. But the real challenge with it is it leads to less effective service of our fellow Americans, which is what we want our federal workers to do.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good job, everyone. Madam President, I want to open with a few words on the announcement from China by DeepSeek. Today's announcement from China has been called AI's Sputnik moment for America. This announcement is precisely why I made AI a top priority in the last Congress and will continue to do so. Our competitors are going to use every single opportunity to overtake the United States' lead on the technologies of the future, particularly AI. And if Congress does not lead the way, we're going to fall behind. So I hope our bipartisan efforts on AI, which made some progress last year, will continue and even in a more robust way this year. Next, on the price of eggs. Earlier today, I was in upstate New York at two beloved family-owned diners, Alton's near Buffalo and Gines in Rochester, to call for an all-hands-on-deck approach to stop the spread of bird flu and prevent higher egg prices. For too many families across New York and across the country, far too many, have been shell-shocked by higher egg prices as more bird flu outbreaks continue to happen. But so far, it seems President Trump has not enunciated any plan to address the bird flu outbreak. He spent his first week pardoning insurrectionists, firing government watchdogs, instead of focusing on things ordinary Americans care about, like the price of groceries. The president owes the American people some answers. What is he going to do about the price of eggs that's been exacerbated by bird flu? When hundreds of thousands and even millions of chickens die, they lay fewer eggs. And when there are fewer eggs, the price goes up. The problem's reaching crisis levels. In November, a dozen eggs cost approximately $4 at a grocery store in New York, already too high. It used to be $2 a year earlier. Now, that same dozen eggs costs $6. And experts believe that the price of eggs could increase as much as 20% more this year if outbreaks continue, meaning that the same dozen eggs would be $8. Every day we hear about the spread of bird flu. Last week, farmers on Long Island had to slaughter 100,000 ducks. Long Island's one of the duck-producing capitals of the country, in response to another outbreak. So, President Trump, what's your plan to stop the spread of bird flu? The more bird flu spreads, the higher egg prices will go, and the less money in people's pockets for rent and gas and other expenses. We need some action. Now, luckily, we have some resources available. Last year, I helped secure over $300 million in federal funding ahead of the new administration to keep the government laser-focused on ending the bird flu crisis. And should the $300 million prove insufficient, I'll keep working in a bipartisan way to push for more federal resources in the upcoming budget negotiation. One thing is certain, we have a lot of budget cutters out there, none with a sharper axe than Russell Vought. The Trump administration and Mr. Vought should not try to impound these congressional-approved funds, because we know Mr. Vought wants to impound in many, many places and not spend money that's needed. And this is a small but classic example of how the federal government's action, not inaction, can get your prices lower. Real action, spending the $300 million that we put in the budget in December, and more funds if needed, can reduce bird flu. The Department of Agriculture knows how to do it, can help farmers reduce the bird flu in their flocks, and get our prices of eggs back down again. Let's get to work. The money is there and ready to be used. We need the federal government to work overtime with experts in the coming months to keep the outbreak in check and keep grocery prices in check for families. Now on the IGs. Last Friday, while most Americans were asleep, President Trump conducted a midnight massacre of many of the federal government's nonpartisan, independent watchdogs. The president did not notify the Congress of his decision, as is required by law. The president did not offer any substantive explanation for these firings. Instead, the president simply said these positions were, quote, terminated effective immediately. This is a chilling, potentially unlawful decision by the president. It's a reminder that if there's anything President Trump fears most, it's accountability. He likes to talk about one thing and then another, and then doesn't like to be held accountable. When people stand up to President Trump, when people present him with facts and evidence that he doesn't like, his solution is to fire them and replace them with loyalists. I fear that this is what will happen here. Purging the government of its independent watchdogs begs an obvious question. What is the president trying to hide? What does the president not want the American people to see? Does the president want to avoid accountability for impoundment of congressional-approved funding? Does he want to hold up foreign aid as blackmail without getting caught? Does he want to eliminate scrutiny of improper government contracts? An independent inspector general could prevent many of these abuses. An inspector general's job can be boiled down to two words: transparency and accountability. That is what President Trump is apparently afraid of. But it's something most Americans want to have in their government. January 6th. For all the talk President Trump does about standing up for law and order, he spent the first few days in office doing the opposite, pardoning lawless rioters who invaded the Capitol and attacked police officers on January 6th. Today, I'm joining all 47 of my Senate Democratic colleagues in introducing a resolution condemning the pardon of individuals who were found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers on January 6th. Senator Murray will seek passage of this resolution this week. I hope our Republican colleagues join us in condemning these pardons. Many of them saw the violence of January 6th firsthand. I did. This should be an easy resolution to pass. By handing out these pardons to convicted criminals, President Trump is effectively saying, you want to attack our brave police officers? That's okay, you're exonerated. The president is saying, you want to try and thwart our democracy? Fine by me. The president is saying, want to break the law and engage in political violence? Be my guest. One individual who received a pardon, listen to this, one individual who received a pardon was convicted of seditious conspiracy. A few days after the attack, he said, quote, his only regret is that they should have brought rifles, unquote. That man is being pardoned. What a disgrace. To repeat, his only regret is that they should have brought rifles, and President Trump pardoned him? could believe that? Who could believe in America that would happen? A few years back, no one would even imagine it. That's in some ways how our country has deteriorated, with President Trump doing what he's doing. The people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th, whether they engaged in violence or not, committed a very serious crime. There's no gray area here, especially not when it comes to people who attack police officers. The pardons must be condemned by the Senate, and Democrats will try to do that through our resolution this week. On nominations, this week, 3 of the President's most controversial nominees will testify before Senate committees: Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and Robert Kennedy Jr. All 3 nominees have deeply troubling backgrounds and equally troubling views. If Pete Hegseth's nomination process was any indication, these controversial nominees can expect to face immense scrutiny from both sides of the aisle and from the American people. Americans deserve to know, will the Trump administration strengthen our health and security or strengthen big drug companies and pseudoscience? Mr. Kennedy's hearing will give us answers. Also, we have to know from Mr. Kennedy, does he want to eliminate life-saving vaccines that have saved the lives and the health of so many millions of children in the United States and around the globe? Americans also deserve to know, will the FBI focus on public safety and rule of law or focus on Donald Trump's personal grievances? Mr. Patel and his hearing will give us answers. Americans need to know, will the Trump administration protect us from foreign adversaries and deal in truth and facts when it comes to classified intelligence? If there is ever a need for a fact-based agency, it's the intelligence agencies which gather information that keep us safe. Or will these agencies be turned to give shelter to conspiracy and misinformation in our intelligence? Ms. Gabbard's hearing will give us some very important answers here. The people entrusted to oversee matters of public health and law enforcement and classified intelligence should be beyond reproach. Their qualifications should not be in doubt. But President Trump has seemed to choose 3 deeply unqualified, deeply untrustworthy individuals to these positions. Like Mr. Hegseth, it's hard to imagine that they're the best for the job or even close to it. Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. We commemorate it because it was the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the few Jews who survived and were imprisoned at Auschwitz. Never again can we allow anti-Semitism or any other form of hatred to fester and grow the way we saw during the Nazi regime. We must always tell the truth about what happened to the Jewish people 80 years ago. We can never allow history to be forgotten, shunned, or deliberately erased. It saddens me this year. Holocaust Remembrance Day comes at a time of rising hatred against Jewish people, especially here in America after October 7th. Just yesterday, I visited a popular Israeli restaurant a few blocks from my home in Brooklyn. It's called Miriam. The night before, the restaurant and its owners were the victims of a despicable act of vandalism. Their windows were smeared with red paint and defiled with messages of hate. The attack happened simply because the owners are Jewish. Just because the owners are Jewish. That is anti-Semitism, pure and simple, and we must condemn it together, forcefully. As ugly as this incident was, I was inspired by how the owners of the community responded. They chose to leave the vandalism up for a day so that people in the media could see the dangers of letting anti-Semitism gain strength. Many in the area stopped by for lunch, offered to help with the cleanup, or just shared in a message of support. I went and visited the restaurant in the evening with an order to go. That is the best, that is New York at its best, when these neighbors look after each other in the face of hate. We must never, never fail to condemn anti-Semitism wherever or whenever it rears its ugly head. It comes now in many new dimensions. Some people seem impervious to things that seem to many Jewish people outright anti-Semitic. We have to be so vigilant. That's the best way to honor what Holocaust Remembrance Day represents. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President Trump conducted a midnight massacre of many of the federal government's nonpartisan, independent watchdogs. The president did not notify the Congress of his decision, as is required by law. The president did not offer any substantive explanation for these firings. Instead, the president simply said these positions were, quote, terminated effective immediately. This is a chilling, potentially unlawful decision by the president. It's a reminder that if there's anything President Trump fears most, it's accountability. To be joined by Senator Murray, Senator Merkley, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Kim, and Senator Murphy, I believe, is on his way. Look, last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos without a shred of warning. The Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. In an instant, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that directly support states, cities, towns, schools, hospitals, small businesses, and most of all, American families. This is a dagger at the heart of the average American family in red states, in blue states, in cities, in suburbs, in rural areas. It is just outrageous. Funds for things like disaster assistance, local law enforcement, rural hospitals, aid to the elderly, food for people in need, all are on the chopping block in this new administration. Why? They need tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, and these cuts, they think, will fund them. Every one of our offices has been deluged with calls from people who are in panic. What is this going to mean? What if I have a hospital that has people on life support? What are we going to do? And just like the January 6th pardons, this decision is lawless, dangerous, destructive, cruel. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. I spoke to my Attorney General this morning. She's head of the State Attorneys General Association. They're going to court right away on this horror. This, plain and simple, this is Project 2025. Project 2025 by another name. They knew how unpopular Project 2025 was, but the right-wing ideologues are still in control. So they had to do it in a different way, but it has the same consequences and will have the same horrible, negative, overwhelming reaction from the American people. And who is going to be the implementer of this? None other than the chief cook and bottle washer of Project 2025, Russell Vought. Putting someone like Russell Vought at OMB, the architect of Project 2025, is a huge danger sign to America.
Attorney General calling you back.
Nope.
You can put him on speakerphone. And
No. My grandson lost his first tooth. It's a very big occasion.
That's worthy of a call to give.
And I told his mother to put $10 under his pillow. I used to get a quarter. All right. Anyway, having Russell Vought at OMB with this power is just frightening. Not to us, although we are going to fight this tooth and nail, but to average American people who depend on this. And what does Vought want to do? Well, you saw it in his blueprint, Project 2025. Eradicate basic services, eradicate investments that help tens of millions of Americans, all so they can pay for the tax cuts for the ultra-rich. It's hard to overstate how destructive this decision is for the country. He has a lot of really bad decisions for which the American people will rebel, and politically is going to be very unpopular. But this is the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. In our states, we've talked to people, every one of us. People are scrambling to figure out what it means to them. We're getting panic calls. How are people going to make mortgage payments? How are small businesses going to keep their staff if their federal funding is shut off? Virtually any organization, school, state, police office, county, town, or community depends on federal grant money to run its day-to-day operations, and they're all now in danger. Nonprofits that help disabled veterans are in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Funding that supports our transportation system and infrastructure is now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Hospitals, particularly rural hospitals, and community health centers are now in danger because of Donald Trump. Meals and Wheels are in danger because of Donald Trump. Our cops and firefighters are in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Funding for the non-security grant program, which protects synagogues and temples from anti-Semitic attacks, we saw one in my neighborhood just Sunday, is now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. The blast radius of this terrible decision is virtually limitless, and its impact will be felt over and over again. It's not going to hit each American family in one way. It's going to hit them in multiple ways. The only people who might be immune to this are the ultra wealthy, who they want to give a tax break to. The Trump administration is robbing Peter to pay the billionaires. American families, make no mistake about it. The money being taken from them will be spent, but not on them. Instead of going to support for your community, it's going to the ultra-wealthy and the mega corporations. This is cruelty. This is lawlessness. This is a heist done on a national scale. No matter how much he may believe he does, the president does not have the authority to ignore the law, and we're going to fight this in every way that we can. Senator Murray. Mr. President, last night, incredibly and lawlessly, the Trump administration announced a virtual halt to all forms of federal financial assistance. In an instant, one blink of the eye, in the dark of night, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that support small businesses, that support families, that support police officers and firefighters, that support hospitals and rural hospitals in particular, that support our localities, our states and cities, our schools, and so much more. Why? Why did Donald Trump do this? Simple: to fund tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. This decision is lawless, destructive, cruel. The president must rescind this order at once, and Congress must act if he refuses. Make no mistake, this is Project 2025, Project 2025 by another name. And the danger of having someone like Russell Vought, the chief cook and bottle washer of Project 2025, in charge of OMB is frightening. Frightening to just about every American family in terms of what it could do to them. When Project 2025 came out, it was so ridiculed that Donald Trump had to say, oh, I don't know much about it. And now he is putting the author of, or one of the main authors of Project 2025 in the place where he can implement all of these horrible, discredited, unpopular findings. That's where they're headed, folks. That's where they're going. And again, why are they doing it? They can pay for tax cuts for the ultra-rich by making these cuts on average American families. This morning, I think every senator's phone has been ringing off the hook. Certainly mine has, with nonstop calls from hospitals and police departments, volunteer firefighters, food pantries, drug treatment centers, on and on and on. And if someone is going to say they're getting no calls, then they're just out of touch, because it affects almost everything. People are worried. People are scrambling. People are in panic mode, trying to figure out how this order is going to affect them. Hospitals with people on life support, food pantries that feed the hungry, police departments that patrol our streets, every one of them is worried because so many of them get federal aid. If federal funding is shut off, so many groups, institutions are worried, can they pay the rent? Can they pay their staffs? Can they keep their operations running? Virtually any organization, and there are millions, that depend on federal grant money to run its day-to-day operations is now in danger. Nonprofits that help disabled veterans are now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Funding that supports our nation's mass transit from one end of the country to the other is now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Hospitals, particularly rural hospitals, and community health centers are now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Meals on Wheels in danger to Donald Trump. Even smaller programs. I'm very proud of something I passed called the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which protects synagogues and religious institutions from anti-Semitic attacks. We just had one in our neighborhood on Sunday. Are now in danger, thanks to Donald Trump. Senior centers, law enforcement, firefighters, water districts, food pantries, all in danger because of Donald Trump. Again, their master plan to herd average folks from one end of the country to the other, in red states, in blue states, in suburbs, in cities, in rural areas, to take money out of their hides, all to pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, is now becoming clear. Now becoming clear. The blast radius of this terrible decision is virtually limitless. It's American families who are going to suffer most. American families should make no mistake. The money being stolen from them will be spent, just not on them. It's going to be spent on tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and the biggest corporations. President Trump must reverse this course immediately. The Budget Committee should slow down its hearings with Mr. Vought, till it fully comes out what they all intend to do. The funding President Trump is halting is not optional. Congress has approved these funds and they are law. The President does not, no matter what he thinks, have the authority to ignore the law and ignore Congress. And let me be clear, this is not an isolated act, unfortunately. It comes a week after Trump pardoned violent criminals who sought to overturn our election, days after Trump fired independent watchdogs across the government in a naked attempt to shroud his actions from the American people. I can assure every American that Democrats will pursue all available options, legal and otherwise, to halt this assault. I've talked to the Attorney General of New York State, Tish James, and she and her association, I believe she's the head of the State Attorneys General Association, are going to use all their legal power to stop this illegal act. I implore my Republican colleagues, who know in their hearts and their minds that this is a reckless and unconstitutional action, to speak up, to join us as Americans in defense of the law, but most of all, to protect our communities and to protect the American people from this awful announcement. Very nice. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. And special thanks to Senators Murray, our ranking member on appropriations, Merkley on budget, and Senator Hassan, your ranking member on something. JEC. So thank you for coming. Last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos, a cruel nasty, and illegal chaos. Without a shred of warning, the Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal grants and loans across the country. In an instant, with no precedent, no justification, no legal grounds, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that help American families every single day. It's cruel. It's reckless. And this money supports states and cities, school boards, hospitals, small businesses, families, firefighters, police officers, fighting fentanyl. So many things just, boom, cut. Law enforcement, aid to the elderly, support for veterans. This decision is lawless, it's destructive, it's dangerous, it's cruel, it's illegal, and it's unconstitutional. Donald Trump has done a lot of bad things in the last week, but nothing's worse than this. It is nothing less than Project 2025 by another name. Maybe remember when Project 2025 came out during the campaign? Somehow the public found out about it. 60% of the people knew what it was, and they hated it. And yet this is the same thing in another name. Same types of slashes and things that hurt people. And who are they putting in charge? The chief cook and bottle washer of 2025, Russell Vought, to implement it. So you know what they're up to, and you know the American people hate it. People are scrambling in all of our states to figure out what it means. I've gotten hundreds of calls from everybody, Head Start, hospitals, firefighters. What does this mean? What does this mean? People are worried. People are in a panic about it. And many of our groups that get the money, whether they be governments or businesses or nonprofits, they have to make mortgage payments, they have to pay their staff, they have to keep operations running. What do you think when you've heard the funding is cut? So just about any organization, whether it's a school, a state, a police department, fire, hospital, that depends on federal grant money to run its day-to-day operations is now in danger. Thanks this morning, thanks to Donald Trump, health care for seniors and veterans is at risk. Thanks to Donald Trump, mass transit and workers getting to and from work will have a difficult time. Thanks to Donald Trump, there's new taxes for Americans everywhere, a new tax on active military duty and spouses. They totally eliminate the child tax credit, and they tax Social Security benefits. Hospitals and community health centers can't draw down any of their funds. They need it every day to deal with people who have emergencies at hospitals. Head Start programs in New York have already begun to feel the impact. They're unable to access any funds. Some of them owe rent checks today. They don't have the money. This is cruel, and it affects everything everywhere. Republicans are quite literally defunding the police. And in all these things, we will not stand idly by. The blast radius of this terrible, unconstitutional, and illegal decision is virtually limitless. Its impacts are going to be felt over and over and over again by families, and we are already in touch with families and people throughout the country to mobilize them against this cruelty, this blatant assault on Americans. And American families should make no mistake, the money's been taken from them, will be spent. That money will be spent, but not on them, on the people at the very top who want tax cuts. It's cruelty and lawless, as I said. Does this cruel action hold down the price of your groceries? No, it'll probably raise it. Just yesterday, even before they did this, I was in upstate New York talking about funding to stop the scourge of bird flu, because eggs are $6. You hold back the funding that farmers need to do that, price will go up higher. That's just one small instance of how much this affects things. So, no matter how much he believed, the President does not have the authority to ignore the law. I spoke to Tish James, our Attorney General in New York, and she is the head of the Attorneys General Association. They're filing a suit, and we're going to be joining them in other legal action. But it's not just going to be legal action. There's going to be action everywhere. Pressure on Republican House and Senate members to see if they support this stuff. Mobilization of people across the board, because this cannot stand. It's just awful. Patty. Got this.
Well, thank you. You know, every one of us in this building owes a huge debt of gratitude to our Capitol Police. Considering all the sacrifice they make to keep us safe, we all should be able to say with one voice that if you violently assault a Capitol Police officer, you should not get a pardon, and you should not get off scot-free. I'm going to have a lot more to say on the floor later today, but from Trump pardoning violent insurrectionists to issuing blatantly unconstitutional executive orders to lawlessly blocking bipartisan funding. We've got a lot of ground to cover. And today I want to talk about the OMB guidance the Trump administration issued in the dead of night. In a brazen and illegal move, the Trump administration is working to freeze huge chunks of federal funding passed into law by Republicans and Democrats alike. Now, not even 24 hours later, they are issuing new guidance, trying to clean up the massive mess they've made, saying, wait, we don't actually know what we're doing. But they are still leaving needless uncertainty about what actually is happening, and they are still, let me make that clear, still withholding approved funding all across the government. Meanwhile, the chaos is already hurting people, creating confusion and causing devastating delays. Where do we start here? There are a lot of urgent questions, but precious few answers, and the answers keep changing. What about grants for public safety, grants for our firefighters, or for, that prevent violence against women? Those aren't direct to individuals. Are they still halted? Healthcare. What about the community health centers that millions rely on, including in our rural areas? Money fighting the opioid crisis. Grants that go to states, communities, and nonprofits. Are they stopping funding for addiction treatment and prevention? Clinical studies. Scientists at the University of Washington and Washington State University are deeply alarmed. This is not theoretical. Research projects will collapse. Staff will be furloughed or laid off. Tribes in my state are deeply alarmed that they will see severe cuts across healthcare, education, law enforcement, housing, practically every aspect of daily life on Indian land. And of course, what about disaster relief that could be derailed? In eastern Washington, in my home state, $44 million to help Spokane County rebuild after wildfires. Money that was announced weeks ago, still on pause. Last week, Trump visited communities in North Carolina and California, reeling from disaster. Now he's throwing the aid those communities need into chaos. Schools that need Title I payments are worried they may not get the funds that Congress has allocated and voted on. Suddenly, we now don't know how will Meals on Wheels feed seniors who depend on them. What does this mean for our homeless veterans we are working to get housed? Entire budgets and payrolls across the country are carefully hinging on these resources. We're talking about small towns, cities, rural America, school districts, universities, and much more. And look, saying, oh, just kidding, not even 24 hours later, is not a solution. You can't pretend you had no idea that this would cause chaos despite all the warnings. That is not believable. And even if it was true, not a good reason for all the damage that's been caused. Even despite what we've heard from the administration in the last hour, they are still promising to illegally withhold funding owed to all of our states. That basic truth has not changed. So I am urging my fellow Republicans to open your eyes to just how bad this is and will be for your states and your communities, and speak out. I know reports say the White House is trying to silence members who've done that. Stand up. We're talking about your constituents. And specifically, I urge my Republican colleagues on the Senate Budget Committee to vote against Russ Vought's nomination. Republicans should not advance this nomination out of committee until the Trump administration follows the law. And I'm warning the Trump administration, the law is the law. You need to reverse course, follow the requirements of the law, ensure the nation's spending laws are implemented as Congress intended, and avoid this pointless, damaging chaos.
I want people, before we start, just look at this chart. These are just a few. They're defunding the police. Republicans are defunding the police. President Trump is in this proposal. Police and firefighter funding in this action proposal. Health care and housing for seniors, they're cut. They've cut. Funding for hospitals and community health centers, cut. They depend on this money day to day. Head Start programs, school meal programs, tax relief for families, veterans, and retirement. And that's just a scintilla, a small, tiny bit of what they're doing. It's across the board.
This is not a proposal. This is what they did. This is what they've done.
Yep. Jeff.
We are in the midst of a sweeping authoritarian power grab that has never been witnessed in the lifetime of anyone standing here right now. The Inspector Generals being fired. Memos going out telling government workers to spy on government workers to see if anyone is overly sympathetic to the idea of diversity. And now we have Trump saying, I'm going to steal the power of the purse allocated in the Constitution to the House and Senate, to Congress, and I'm going to take it for myself. I don't care what's been authorized or obligated in contracts. I'm going to decide what funds get spent and which ones don't. That is a constitutional crisis. Now, the architect of this sweeping authoritarian power grab is Russell Vought. He is very experienced. He was director of Office of Management Budget before. He ran a think tank where he advocated for the ideas that were in Project 2025. Then he became the architect of Project 2025. And then in the nomination process, he said he has a three-part plan. He laid out the first part, an attack on America's families. This is a great betrayal of what Trump ran on. Part two, run up a massive deficit of trillions of dollars. Part three, give massive tax breaks to the richest people in America. Well, last night, part one, the attack on American families, went into full gear. And that's what we're facing right now. So, we, the Senate Democrats, are standing in the way of this sweeping power grab and saying no, saying it is not acceptable, saying it is cannot be business as usual. We are calling upon our Republican colleagues to join us, because this isn't D's versus R's, this is not blue versus red. This is an imperial authoritarian president attacking the powers of Congress allocated in the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, this power, that architect of this sweeping imperial authoritarian takeover, Russell Vought, he says he doesn't care. He doesn't care that we had the 1974 Impoundment Control Act. He doesn't care that the Supreme Court found it unconstitutional. He said the president disagrees that it's unconstitutional for the president to grab the power of the purse, and that he agrees with the president and that he's going to do it. Well, last night we found out he is doing it, and that's why he has become the most dangerous man, and we must stand together to make sure that this sweeping authoritarian effort is stopped. From the firing of the IGs to government workers being called to spy on each other and then fired, to this grab of the power of the purse.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thanks, everybody, for being here. Look, America has endured for almost 250 years as the world's greatest democracy and greatest nation because we believe that no one is above the law. Because up until now, our leaders have never confused themselves with kings. But President Trump has been relentlessly attacking those principles of our free government since the moment he finished his inaugural address. The president began by pardoning violent criminals who assaulted police officers and tried to overthrow our free and fair election. And then late Friday night, President Trump illegally attempted to fire at least 17 inspectors general, which, if successful, will make our government less efficient. It means that the government will waste more taxpayer money. And the absence of inspector generals also will allow big corporations to rip off the American people, especially through some of the government contracts that they hold. And now, as if to test the limits of our democracy, as if to exploit what President Trump believes is the weakness of the Republican Senate caucus, and to test our society's capacity for outrage and chaos, the president is unilaterally freezing all federal grants. These are vital federal funds, as you have heard. This act is illegal. The president is required to spend the money appropriated by Congress. The Supreme Court has ruled that the Impoundment Control Act, which prevents a president from unilaterally holding back funds, the Supreme Court has ruled that that is constitutional. Equally as important, and perhaps more important, is that this action will hurt people all across the country. President Trump's order defunds police departments even as law enforcement officers are trying to keep us safe. It imperils disaster relief as fires rage. It halts cancer research as we strive for cures. And it shuts down shelters for homeless veterans in the cold of winter. The White House claims, or tried to claim, that Medicaid isn't impacted, but let's be clear, we are hearing from Medicaid offices all across the country that they are right now locked out of the critical Medicaid computer portal that allows them to draw down funds. They are locked out of these federal reimbursement systems, which in practice means that federal funds can be halted or rejected. New Hampshire law enforcement agencies have told my office that the freeze of federal funding may force them to rescind job offers, meaning fewer cops on the streets. A New Hampshire organization that helps domestic violence survivors also told my office that it is now locked out of federal funding systems, which will significantly impact the crisis centers it runs for women. These are concerted and insidious actions. Senator Merkley talked about Russ Vought. Russ Vought is the ultimate Washington insider, and he was hired by Donald Trump, and he faces our confirmation vote. He was hired by Donald Trump to do this work, using his insider knowledge in a way that will hurt millions of people, small businesses across our country, and send shockwaves through our economy. Let's be clear, this money is not the president's to freeze or take away. It was appropriated by Congress, and it belongs to the American people. To my Republican colleagues, I suggest that you have to decide what bridge it is too far. To examine if you would tolerate these authoritarian acts and precedents were the president not of your own political party. The president would, of course, be better served spending his energies attacking high prices, not life-saving grants, not the people's watchdogs, and above all, not the rule of law. We cannot let America become a place where our leaders hold back the people's funds by day and purge the people's watchdogs by night. Not here, not in a democracy like ours, not ever. Thank you.
Let me just say one thing, folks. Any Republican senator who votes for Russell Vought will bear the on their shoulders all of these horrible, horrible cuts and actions. They have a chance to stop this. Let's see what they do. Yes.
Senator, I understand that you say that this is unlawful, and you say that it's unconstitutional. But for the American people, what practically can you do, aside from filing a lawsuit that could take weeks to adjudicate,
I think our,
stop this from happening?
Republican senators and congressmen are going to hear from their constituents from one end of the country to the other. They're going to hear from police departments and schools and cancer research clinics and fire departments and police officers. Everyone is really upset about this, and we're going to continue to put heat on them so that they will not vote for Vought. Plain and simple. They're going to bear the consequences on their backs for what they have done to their constituents. Next.
In light of a dozen Jewish groups leaving X over what they call toxic speech, evil speech, do you have concerns about Elon Musk's gesture after the inauguration, also his speech to the AfD in Germany, saying that Germany needs to move beyond guilt?
There shouldn't be anti-Semitism anywhere. Yes. Wait. Yes.
ICC is involved in investigating Russian crimes in Ukraine. Do you think any sanctions from the United States on ICC may undermine the efforts to bring Russia to justice?
One of the reasons that every Democrat but one voted against the ICC bill was not that we didn't want to make sure that we did everything we could to stop their anti-Semitic actions against Israel, but because we cared about Ukraine, we cared about Darfur, we cared about many other things, bad things that they were doing. Yes.
The Republican counterpart suggested they were going to be in communication with the White House about the OMB thing to get some more clarity. Do you all anticipate some kind of communication directly to the OMB too?
We're going to communicate with everyone under the sun, and most importantly, with our constituents, and tell them, let your Republican senators know, let your Republican congressmen know that you hate this. They'll feel the heat. Thank you, everybody.
Have any of you spoken directly with all Democrats in states?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. And special thanks to Senators Murray, our ranking member on appropriations, Merkley on budget, and Senator Hassan, your ranking member on something. JEC. So thank you for coming. Last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos, a cruel, nasty, and illegal chaos. Without a shred of warning, the Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal grants and loans across the country. In an instant, with no precedent, no justification, no legal grounds, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that help American families every single day. It's cruel. It's reckless. And this money supports states and cities, school boards, hospitals, small businesses, families, firefighters, police officers, fighting fentanyl. So many things just, boom, cut. Law enforcement, aid to the elderly, support for veterans. This decision is lawless, it's destructive, it's dangerous, it's cruel, it's illegal, and it's unconstitutional. Donald Trump has done a lot of bad things in the last week, but nothing's worse than this. It is nothing less than Project 2025 by another name. Maybe remember when Project 2025 came out during the campaign? Somehow the public found out about it. 60% of the people knew what it was, and they hated it. And yet this is the same thing in another name. Same types of slashes and things that hurt people. And who are they putting in charge? The chief cook and bottle washer of 2025, Russell Vought, to implement it. So you know what they're up to, and you know the American people hate it. People are scrambling in all of our states to figure out what it means. I've gotten hundreds of calls from everybody, Head Start, hospitals, firefighters. What does this mean? What does this mean? People are worried. People are in a panic about it. And many of our groups that get the money, whether they be governments or businesses or nonprofits. They have to make mortgage payments. They have to pay their staff. They have to keep operations running. What do you think when you've heard the funding is cut? So just about any organization, whether it's a school, a state, a police department, fire, hospital, that depends on federal grant money to run its day-to-day operations is now in danger. This morning, thanks to Donald Trump, health care for seniors and veterans is at risk. Thanks to Donald Trump, mass transit and workers getting to and from work will have a difficult time. Thanks to Donald Trump, there's new taxes for Americans everywhere, a new tax on active military duty and spouses. They totally eliminate the child tax credit, and they tax Social Security benefits. Hospitals and community health centers can't draw down any of their funds. They need it every day, to deal with people who have emergencies at hospitals. Head Start programs in New York have already begun to feel the impact. They're unable to access any funds. Some of them owe rent checks today. They don't have the money. This is cruel, and it affects everything everywhere. Republicans are quite literally defunding the police. And in all these things, we will not stand idly by. The blast radius of this terrible, unconstitutional, and illegal decision is virtually limitless. Its impacts are going to be felt over and over and over again by families, and we are already in touch with families and people throughout the country to mobilize them against this cruelty, this blatant assault on Americans. And American families should make no mistake, the money's been taken from them, will be spent. That money will be spent, but not on them, on the people at the very top who want tax cuts. It's cruelty and lawless, as I said. Does this cruel action hold down the price of your groceries? No, it'll probably raise it. Just yesterday, even before they did this, I was in upstate New York talking about funding to stop the scourge of bird flu, because eggs are $6. You hold back the funding that farmers need to do that, price will go up higher. That's just one small instance of how much this affects things. So, no matter how much he believed, the President does not have the authority to ignore the law. I spoke to Tish James, our Attorney General in New York, and she is the head of the Attorneys General Association. They're filing a suit, and we're going to be joining them in other legal action. But it's not just going to be legal action. There's going to be action everywhere. Pressure on Republican House and Senate members to see if they support this stuff. Mobilization of people across the board, because this cannot stand. It's just awful. Patty. Oops, got this.
Weren't you guys just here the same time yesterday?
Yes, we were. But the freeze continues. Or the fight against the freeze continues. Okay, I'm proud to be joined by my colleague, Senator Murray, our ranking member of Probes, Senator Peters, ranking member of Homeland Security, and Senator Heinrich, ranking member of Energy Committee. So, in one instant, in the blink of an eye, in the dark of night, Donald Trump committed one of the cruelest actions that I have seen the federal government do in a very long time. Cutting off, shutting off billions, maybe trillions of dollars, things that average American families need. Everything was on the line. Our police officers who keep us safe, our firefighters who keep us safe, hospitals, particularly rural hospitals that need their funding to help sick people. Our cities, our schools, from one end of the country to the other. You cut off school funding, property taxes go up. People hate property taxes. And every corner of the country is feeling the wrath of Donald Trump's cruel plan. In fact, I call his plan, it can be described in many bad ways. It is lawless. It is foolish. But it also could be described by the three C's: chaotic, careless, cruel. Every corner of the country is just in panic about what Donald Trump will do. And make no mistake about it, this was not an accident. This was not something said, oh, we need to study a few things. I was asked today by somebody, well, don't they need to study the federal government programs? They can study them, but you don't cut them first and then study them later. That's backwards. That's ridiculous. And Donald Trump's plan, make no mistake about it, is Project 2025 by another name, going to be led by Project 2025's originator and leading opponent, Russell Vought, who's going to be at the head of OMB, which has the power to do all of these cruel things. Millions of Americans were left scrambling yesterday to figure out how this would hurt them. From one end of my state to the other, I got calls from so many different people, and I'm sure that's true in every one of our states. Donald Trump, with his cruel policy, has aroused the American people and begun to show them how this administration is not for working families, but for the billionaires, because they want to make these cuts so they can cut taxes on the wealthiest of Americans and the biggest corporations. My office was smothered by an avalanche of calls from New Yorkers, local leaders in every part of my state, furious that the administration would do this with no notice, with no understanding. Again, chaos reigned. I got calls from a whole lot of Republican town supervisors and mayors asking, what about flood prevention? What about sewer construction projects? They had shovel-ready projects to go. Should they send the workers home? Chaos, fear for this reckless and lawless program. To show you how this is affecting all of America, just some of the calls, a few of the calls I got from my state. A food bank, Feed More, in Western New York, fearful that they wouldn't be make deliveries to hungry people should they shutter their operation. Rochester Head Start, they get a check next week should they shut down Head Start. And what will happen to all the families whose kids go to Head Start and who work, can't go to work? I got calls from the Family and Children's Association of Long Island. They treat substance abuse. They get weekly funding payments or bi-weekly. What are they going to do? Tell these people who are in the middle of therapy and need help, go home? Churches United for Fair Housing. About, they're in the process of building some housing. Do they send the workers home? They don't want to keep them there for weeks. School districts wanting to know, should they continue to serve school lunches for the kids next week? Community health centers like Cornerstone Family Health in the Hudson Valley. They started making a plan to triage what services they could provide and what services they couldn't. The Roswell Cancer Center, which has done so much groundbreaking research up there in Buffalo, asking if research would vanish. Should they stop interviewing new scientists who were coming to apply for jobs? This is all awful.
The Minority Leader.
So, Mr. President, 2 nights ago, the Trump administration committed a breathtaking act of economic sabotage. In the blink of an eye, OMB announced a near universal freeze on all federal grant funding. Donald Trump's actions can be summarized with 3 C's: chaotic, careless, cruel. It is a gross overreach by Republicans, and it is no surprise that the American people are furious. Last night, a federal judge issued an administrative stay of OMB's announcement, but the danger is not over, not by any means. Donald Trump and his ultra-right puppet, Russell Vought, will keep trying to make this freeze happen. Today, I will speak to Democratic governors around the country to discuss how this freeze is hurting their states and talking about coordinating our responses against this gross abuse of presidential power. The blast radius of OMB's announcement was seemingly limitless. States, cities, towns, schools, small businesses, local law enforcement, nutrition services, elderly care, and so much more were impacted. It's as if OMB designed their announcement to maximize chaos and confusion and suffering for the American people. Make no mistake, this decision from OMB is Project 2025 in action. Project 2025 by another name. Donald Trump's lawless behavior fits a pattern. First, he pardoned insurrectionists. Then he fired independent watchdogs and labor commissioners. And now he's freezing congressionally approved funding. Before our eyes, Donald Trump is rigging the system and breaking the law to help his billionaire friends at the expense of working families. I got calls yesterday from Republican town supervisors and mayors in a panic about flood prevention and sewer projects, who told me they had shovel-ready projects to go, but now those projects were in limbo. I got calls from food banks like Feedmore, Western New York, fearful that suddenly they won't be able to make deliveries to hungry people. I got calls from groups like Rochester Head Start, worried sick that they're not going to be able to pay rent or pay their staff. I got calls from Roswell Park Cancer Center in Buffalo and Northwell Hospital on Long Island, asking if funding was suddenly going to vanish. How is freezing all this funding going to help families pay for groceries or make neighborhoods safer or create new jobs? Of course it won't. In fact, it's going to do the opposite. 1 week ago, OMB nominee Russell Vought refused to answer in testimony questions about the impoundment of congressional funds. Now we know why. He did not want to alert Congress about this freeze on funding. Mr. Vought clearly withheld information that senators were entitled to know, and he needs to give us more answers. The Senate Budget Committee should not proceed with Mr. Vought's confirmation until we get answers. I join my fellow Democrats in calling for a 2-week delay of Mr. Vought's markup. Firings. Yesterday, President Trump showed his true hostile colors to working people and union members in America. Without cause, the president took the unprecedented step of firing a duly appointed commissioner of the National Labor Relations Board 2 years before her term was set to expire. Then last night, President Trump fired 2 Democratic members of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, leaving that body frozen without a quorum. Let's be very clear. These unlawful firings are a direct assault on working people. The president's decision will increase workplace discrimination, worsen unfair hiring practices, and erode workers' ability to push for better wages and safer working conditions. What these firings will do is stack the deck against employees trying to organize or join a union to get better benefits and better pay. Donald Trump, he says he wants to help working families. This is no way to do it. And these firings are clearly unlawful. Unlawful. These purges are another example of Donald Trump's lawless presidency, like his pardon of insurrectionists, eliminating independent watchdogs, and illegally freezing congressional-approved funding. Everything Donald Trump is doing fits a pattern. He's abusing the office of the presidency. He is breaking the law to rig the system to help his billionaire friends, all at the expense of working families. How is freezing all these funds going to help families pay for groceries? How is it going to make neighborhoods safer? How is it going to create new jobs? Of course it won't. In fact, it's going to do the opposite. It will only raise costs, threaten communities, kill good-paying jobs. Under Donald Trump's plan, America is less safe, less healthy. Families are on the chopping block. Food inspectors, should they go home? Don't we want our food to be safe? And even small things. I was in Buffalo and Rochester Monday before, talking about the $300 million we all put in the budget to fight avian flu in November. Is that going to be cut? The price of eggs was $2 a year ago. It was $4 in November. It's $5 to $6 in New York right now. It'll go up to $8. That's just one small cut. affecting America's costs on something they're really aggravated about, the high cost of the price of eggs. So, this is just terrible. Now, I know you'll say, well, there's a federal judge on Monday who's going to rule. They put a pause. We know what Trump and Vought are up to. This is their blueprint. This is what they want to do. And they are going to keep at it. But I want to assure the American people, we are going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting until this cruel, evil program that causes such chaos from one end of America to the other is dead. Patty. Jake, you're coming in on short order. So, today, we saw what happens when Americans fight back against disastrous policies. Americans made their voices heard. Donald Trump rescinded the OMB order. Now he should rescind the nomination of Russell Vought. When the Trump administration announced this awful directive on Monday night, we knew immediately it was short-sighted, disastrous, cruel, and dumb. It was clear then, as it is now, that the directive was given without any comprehension of what it actually called for, let alone the ramifications on literally hundreds of millions of Americans. And the American people are outraged from one end of the country to the other, and it is clear that President Trump and his minions are feeling the heat. Did President Trump know he was kneecapping cops and firefighters from purchasing literally life-saving equipment like bulletproof vests and breathing gear? Did President Trump know that he was destroying Puerto Rico's assistance program, leaving 1 million Americans hungry? Did President Trump know that he was essentially shuttering community health centers, rural hospitals, food pantries? If he didn't, Democrats made sure he learned it real quick. I told all of you this week the proposal was best described with the 3 C's: chaotic, careless, cruel. And Senate Democrats responded with 3 letters of our own: NFW. This should be a lesson to President Trump that following Russell Vought and Project 2025 is a loser. Russell Vought was the architect of Project 2025. He was the architect of the OMB memo. He will be the architect of more losses for President Trump if he keeps Vought on the team. There's no doubt about it, this memo was a catastrophe. And I assume President Trump will hold those behind this memo accountable, or he's going to get into more and more trouble if he follows their dictates. If Donald Trump has actually decided, and finally, to put the needs of Americans first, he must rescind the nomination of Russell Vought immediately. Though the Trump administration failed in this tactic, it's no secret they will come back again and again and again. The Trump administration, feeling the heat, rescinded this heartless memo. But it's also clear by their intent they still plan to freeze funding in this way or another way. And whatever hoops they may try to jump through, we know they will come back at this again and again and again because their billionaire buddies want to implement Project 2025, and they will try any which way they can to get it done. But whenever they do, I promise you that Senate Democrats will be there to call it out, to fight back, to defend American families. Senator Murray. Consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this morning our hearts go out to everyone impacted by the horrible, heartbreaking incident at Reagan Washington National Airport last night. I've been briefed on the horrific incident at DCA and have continued to monitor the situation. My heart goes out to everyone who was impacted by this incident. I'm praying for the victims, their families, and our brave first responders as we monitor the situation. But I have to tell you, I just watched President Trump's news conference. Listen, it's one thing for internet pundits to spew off conspiracies. It's another for the President of the United States to throw out idle speculation as bodies are still being recovered and families are still notified. It just turns your stomach. In the meantime, we are keeping the families and loved ones of the victims in our prayers, and we are keeping our brave first responders in our prayers as well. On Treasury, are illegally taken away. Last Friday, DOJ forcefully gained access to the Treasury Department's payment systems and to the most sensitive information of virtually every U.S. citizen. Donald Trump basically handed DOJ the Social Security data of virtually every American citizen. He gave DOJ access to America's personal tax refund data. He gave DOJ access to American people's Medicare and Medicaid benefits, disability data, veteran benefit data. Worst of all, we don't know what DOJ intends to do with this information. If you want to know how an unelected shadow government operates, look no further than DOJ. DOJ staffers, whomever they are, now have unprecedented access to the most sensitive payment data in the entire federal government. Unprecedented access, with no transparency, with no guardrails, and guess what? The one independent watchdog who could have provided oversight was fired by Donald Trump over a week ago. The Treasury Secretary must revoke DOJ's access to the Treasury payment system at once. If he does not, Congress must act immediately. That's why Leader Jeffries and I will work together on legislation to stop unlawful meddling in the Treasury Department's payment systems. We must protect people's Social Security payments, Medicare payments, and tax refunds from any possible tampering by DOJ or other unauthorized entities. That's what Leader Jeffries and I will work to do. Let's be very clear. DOJ is not a real government agency. It has no authority to make spending decisions. It has no authority to shut programs down or to ignore federal law. DOJ is operating, in essence, as a shadow government without accountability or transparency or regard for the rule of law. The American people did not vote to let DOJ get a hold of people's Social Security numbers. To give DOJ a chokehold on Treasury payments is outlandishly dangerous. It's like letting a tiger into a petting zoo and hoping for the best. It's impossible to overstate that this is playing with fire. The Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which oversees these Treasury Department payments, executes over 1 billion transactions a year, worth over $6 trillion. If these payments were ever intentionally or even accidentally halted or manipulated, it could paralyze the economy if we're not careful. One mistake, and people's Social Security benefits could freeze. Disability payments, aids to veterans, loan to small business, they could all be endangered. The Treasury Department is already using extraordinary measures to ensure we do not default on the debt. If DOJ's careless meddling caused us to default, it could trigger a financial crisis around the world. This all begs the question, what does DOJ really want with all this data? What possible reason is there to give extremists, right-wing extremist people's Social Security payments, Medicare payments, and personal information? Will DOJ try to halt Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid? God forbid. Will DOJ cut funding programs approved by Congress that Donald Trump decides he doesn't like? What about cancer research, food banks, school lunches, veterans aid, literacy programs, small business loans? How do we know DOJ won't use its access to the Treasury to enrich Donald Trump's billionaire friends? What if they go after the business competition of DOJ's leadership? It's laughably naive to look at the wealthy billionaires who run DOJ, who make enormous sums through government contracts, and take them at their word that all they care about is efficiency. Give me a break. The immense danger is that we have no clarity, no explanation, no details for what DOJ is truly after. The potential for corruption is too great. The Treasury Secretary must revoke DOJ's access to the Treasury payment system at once. Democrats, as I mentioned, Democrats in the House and Senate, Congressman Jeffries and myself will introduce legislation to take action. What must halt this unlawful and dangerous power grab? We must We must halt this unlawful and dangerous power grab. Doge has no business anywhere near the federal government's payment systems, nor America's private data. Before our very eyes, an unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government. Friday night, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, led by billionaire Elon Musk, gained access to the Treasury Department's entire system of payments, including Social Security and Medicare benefits and Americans' tax refunds. I'll say more on this in a moment. But that was not all. This weekend, Doge staffers also executed what can only be described as an illegal seizure of the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. We don't know who these Doge staffers are. We don't know if they have security clearances. We don't know what legal authority they have to access USAID facilities, if any. But we do know a few things. First, we know USAID has been completely ripped apart. Its offices are closed, its contracts have been broken, funding for its programs, which protect American interests around the world, have been halted. And Secretary Rubio said in an interview that he's been named the acting administrator and that they are, quote, reviewing and potentially reorganizing USAID, unquote. But who's he kidding? There's virtually nothing left of USAID to review. Even the life-saving assistance he claims are exempt are not moving. Second, we know shutting down USAID puts American security in danger. USAID programs preserve America's influence in Africa, Asia, and regions across the world. Our humanitarian efforts are critical for fighting Ebola, which is spreading in Uganda right now. It's essential for countering terrorist activity. At the time of soaring egg prices, shutting off USAID programs that fight the global spread of bird flu is utterly asinine. If America retreats from the rest of the world, China will fill the void. Russia's influence will grow. Hatred against the U.S. will keep rising. Our diplomatic influence will disintegrate. Third, we know that unilaterally closing USAID is illegal. Donald Trump does not have the authority to erase an independent agency created by Congress, nor can the Department of State absorb USAID, especially because now there is basically nothing left to absorb. We also know this is just the beginning. If Doge attacks USAID today, then you can be sure they'll move on to another target tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the Postal Service, or the IRS, or even the Social Security Administration. They could be next, or maybe our national security agencies. We also know something else. By shutting down USAID, Doge is doing the work of Russia and China at the expense of the United States. In 2 weeks, Doge has done more to erode American global influence than Russia and China have been able to accomplish in a long time. For Russian President and Putin ally Dmitry Medvedev even celebrated Doge's activities online. Russia is elated by what Doge is doing. Both Russia and China hate the work of USAID because it limits their own influence on the world stage. And now China and Russia have, in effect, their own propaganda machine within the federal government. This is dangerous. This is against America's interests. And President Trump needs to show some leadership and rein in Doge before it inflicts more harm on America's national security. Finally, Doge's behavior is part of a troubling pattern of Russian and Chinese communist sympathizers increasing their influence on American foreign policy. A few days ago, Donald Trump named Darren Beattie as acting Undersecretary of State. Mr. Beattie has long pushed the Chinese Communist Party line on the Uyghur genocide. He has repeated Russia's propaganda on the Ukraine war. He has even advocated that the U.S. make a deal to allow China to take over Taiwan. And now he has one of the most senior positions within the Department of State and oversees a large swath of American diplomatic work. Make no mistake, Doge's conduct cannot be allowed to stand. Republicans in Congress must join us to take action to restore the rule of law and stop any potential law-breaking by DOGE. DOGE is spreading across the federal government like a virus, and the American people, it's American people who will pay the price when their benefits and payments are taken away. Finally, on tariffs. This weekend, President Trump kick-started a golden age of higher costs for American families with his 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, two of our 4 biggest trading partners. By issuing his tariffs, Donald Trump is yet again rigging the game for his billionaire friends while doing nothing to lower costs for American families. Thankfully, President Trump got immense blowback, and for now he's decided to back off his nonsensical trade war with Mexico. But President Trump's retreat is not enough. He must also back off his tariffs on Canada, where everyday Americans will see prices going up. Listen to this. Economists predict that President Trump's tariffs are going to raise prices on American families by as much as $1,200 a year. Let me say that again. President Trump's tariffs are going to raise prices on families by as much as $1,200 a year. To President Trump and his billionaire buddies, $1,200 may be chump change, but to most Americans, a $1,200 increase cost would be devastating. For most families, $1,200 could be the difference between putting food on the table or not, between affording medications or doctor's appointments or having to skip them. Americans, are you worried about car prices? The Trump tariffs will raise your car prices. You use a car to get to work? The Trump tariffs will make gas prices go up. And we should not listen at all to Donald Trump when he says it's about stopping fentanyl. That's nonsense. There are other ways to stop fentanyl without making inflation worse and raising costs on the American family. But Donald Trump clearly doesn't care. He said the American people need to suck it up, to accept that there will be, quote, some pain after his tariffs go into effect. That is outrageous. That's what an out-of-touch billionaire says. Meanwhile, both sides of the ideological spectrum know the damage of these tariffs. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, hardly a liberal group, said President Trump's tariffs, quote, will only raise prices for American families and upend supply chains. Even the Wall Street Journal editorial board, again, no friend of liberals, said that President Trump's tariffs will result in, quote, the dumbest trade war in history, unquote. That's what this would be. As the Wall Street Journal editorial page said, the dumbest trade war in history. This is not what the American people want. Senate Democrats are not going to stand quiet as Donald Trump makes inflation worse. We will push legislation soon to protect people's bottom lines and stop the president from unilaterally plunging us into a trade war with our own allies. Her outstanding leadership and her passion. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota for her passion, for representing the people of Minnesota and showing how terrible this nominee is. We're going to be speaking all night. We want Americans every hour, whether it's 8 p.m. or 3 a.m., to hear how bad Russell Vought is and the danger he poses to them in their daily lives if he were put as head of OMB. We want to sound the alarm on the reckless and lawless things that Russell Vought will do to American families, to sound the alarm on the chief architect of Project 2025, to sound the alarm on Russell Vought, because Russell Vought, sadly, alarmingly, outrageously, stands on the brink of confirmation as director of Senate OMB, thanks to Senate Republicans who have fallen in line, one right after the other, behind Donald Trump and have rubber-stamped his nominees, no matter how unqualified, no matter how harmful to the American people. And of all of the nominees, of all of the extremists that Donald Trump elevated, of all the hard-right ideologues who have come before the Senate, none of them hold a candle to Russell Vought. He is far and away the one most dangerous to the American people. Most people have never heard of Russell Vought before, but make no mistake about it, my fellow Americans, he is the most important piece of the puzzle in Donald Trump's second term. He will be the quarterback of White House policy. For all intents, he will run the command center of the Trump administration, and his decisions will reverberate from one end of America to the other, in every city, in every town, and every household, in every rural area. And of all the people, Donald Trump could have picked to lead the White House policy, he chose the godfather of the ultra-right. And make no mistake about it, Russell Vought is Project 2025 incarnate. Russell Vought is the chief architect of 2025. It's intellectual inspiration, and now he will have the ability as head of OMB to put these awful ideas into effect. And who will suffer? Not the billionaires who seem to be running the Trump administration, but the average American, the tens of millions, the hundreds of millions of average Americans. Let me say this. There can be no worse thing for no worse proposal for the American people than Project 2025. There can be no position more able to implement this terrible proposal than director of OMB. And there could be no person who would be worse for running 2025 from OMB than Russell Vought. It's a triple loser. The worst program, the worst place to put it, because it does the most danger, and the worst person to run it, all rolled up into one in this vote. Now remember, during the campaign, Russell Vought put together 2025 with a bunch of other right-wing ideologues. Their goal, slash the government, smash the government, break the government. Not just eliminate waste. Oh, no, that's not what they wanted to do. They are so deeply anti-anything government does, whether it's Social Security or helping our veterans or defending our country, that they're against it. Why? Well, their ideas really started with this small group of hard-right people who felt they didn't want to pay any taxes and they didn't want any regulation. So we don't need a government. And they gained strength on the hard-right side of the Republican Party that became the MAGA part of the Republican Party, and Donald Trump embraced it. Now, he hid it during the campaign. When Project 2025 became public, Donald Trump said, I don't know anything about it. Because he knew that he'd lose the election if he embraced 2025, that an overwhelming majority of Americans would be against 2025. He knew that. And so he said he knew nothing about it. But the minute he won the election, Russell Vought started to take over, and the pieces of Project 2025 already we have seen are begun to be implemented. It's such hypocrisy for Donald Trump to say he didn't know what 2025 was during the campaign, and now is putting its chief architect in the most important position where it can be implemented to the great harm of America and the American people. Americans don't want to see Social Security or Medicare cut. They certainly don't want to see Medicaid cut. They certainly don't want to see help to veterans and hospitals and to help people pay for health care and to afford housing. There are so many bad things in 2025. Some of them are pretty obvious, just slash government programs. Some are a little less obvious. One that really bugs me. We have so many people who need housing in America. It's one of the greatest needs. And over the years, the wisdom of the American people, administrations Democratic and Republican, said, let's give a little help by having the federal government back mortgage loans, Fannie and Freddie. And it made interest rates be lower than they normally would have been for a young family that's looking to buy their first home, having their second little baby, and they're so happy, and we can have a home for our children. And they want to get rid of it. In part, maybe, so some private sector people can make some money doing it themselves. but mainly because they just are so viciously anti-government that they'll just slash anything, no matter the consequence, no matter who is hurt. And that's what we're on the brink of happening here. We had hoped on this side of the aisle, because we know how our colleagues feel. If you asked the 53 senators on that side of the aisle to vote yes or no on Project 2025, my guess is of the 53, probably 50, at least 45 would vote no. But they are actually voting to implement Project 2025 when they vote yes for Russell Vought. Remember, he's the architect, and they're putting him in a position where he can take that plan and implement it, basically shove it down America's throat. So here we are. We've already begun to see the chaos that the Russell Vought philosophy, the Project 2025 philosophy, engenders. A freeze funding of all programs. They didn't look at which programs were good and which programs were bad. No, they froze them all. Chaos erupted. Daycare centers were not funded. Medicaid at hospitals was not funded. Veterans programs were not funded. Mental health, so much that they had to back off, at least for a period of time. But that's Project 2025 at work. And now, the Treasury payment system, which in one sense is a lifeblood of how government works, of how we help people, because we're giving money to things that people need, is being infiltrated by DOGE. What's DOGE's view? Let's cut $2.5 trillion. They don't say how. They don't really care. As long as they can just slash government and hurt Americans so that their billionaire friends can pay even less taxes than they do now, despite the fact that income inequality in America is getting worse and worse. It's one of the main things that bothers average working class Americans. His fingerprints are all over this past week's disaster, whether it's at Treasury, whether it's with federal workers, whether it's at AID, whether it's at hurting Justice Department work people, prosecutors. All of that is Russell Vought at work. He's working to hurt you, Mr. and Mrs. America, even before he gets in office, and imagine how much more harm he'll do should he become the head of OMB. And I want to ask Mr. Vought some questions. Mr. Vought, how is freezing all these funds supposed to lower people's costs? Yeah, it may lower the taxes on your wealthy friends, but how is it going to help the average American? You've never explained it. The just fanatical hatred of government, without rhyme or reason, without looking at its effect, without distinguishing between programs, just permeates everything. So, Mr. Vought, explain how freezing all these funds is going to lower people's costs. How is privatizing Fannie and Freddie going to lower their housing costs? How is getting rid of, an example that we've talked about, it's small, but it's indicative, it's knowledge, cutting the programs that help us eliminate bird flu, lower the price of eggs, it's going to raise it. People hate that. Price of eggs is so high, I don't blame them. $6, $5, wow. So imagine this, folks. Imagine a world where Russell Vought and the DOGE team up, and it's a team that can be such harm, pain for America. They team up to eradicate the funding they allege is wasteful. What would it mean for kids at school who struggle to get a good meal? They'll say it's wasteful. Or parents who struggle to pay groceries and the things we do to try to keep food costs down. They'll say it's wasteful. Couples seeking a loan to build a starter home, they'll say it's wasteful. Getting rid of Head Start, right now, in my state, even though the funding freeze has been rescinded, there are Head Start programs that are getting no money. 200 kids in rural Cattaraugus and Wyoming counties had to be left out of Head Start. 200 families struggling during the week because so many of them have either one parent who's working or two parents who are working. What are they going to do? Who's going to watch the kids? Do they have to quit work for a few days? Will they get fired? Will they get demoted? All painful, really painful. Head Start provides dental and medical care for little kids. What a waste, Vought would say, when we know that when kids have bad teeth at a young age, it hurts their learning, it hurts their ability to become productive citizens. There's nothing more cost-effective than something like that. And folks, bad news, bad news. What we saw this past week with the beginning of Russell Vought's ideas and programs and philosophy and ideology to be implemented is just the beginning, just a preview. I hate to say this, but unfortunately, we ain't seen nothing yet should Vought get into office in this powerful OMB position. And let me just say it again so people hear it. So why does Vought want to do this, the average person would ask? Why does he want to hurt so many people? Why is he being so mean and cruel and heartless and uncaring? Very simple. So Republicans can give tax cuts to Donald Trump's billionaire friends and supporters. Of course, it's cloaked in some kind of ridiculous ideology that was paid for by the hard right. You know, they set up think tanks for 30 years to come up with this sort of libertarian-type philosophy. But it has no basis in reality. Where it comes from is not what would make America better, but rather would make a few rich people richer. And the harm is amazing. Everything we see happening today, the flurry of executive orders, all of the awful things happening at the Treasury Department and at OMB and elsewhere, it all boils down to one end game: a broken, paralyzed government that breeds corruption and self-dealing and self-interest, that ignores the public and caters to the ultra wealthy. That is the entire ball game of Trump 2.0. And the only solace I can take is we are a democracy, and it will catch up with them all, with President Trump, with Russell Vought, with all the Republicans who vote for these things. That happens. The roots of democracy are deep. We saw little sprouts of it this week when President Trump had to back off tariffs and back off a funding freeze because so many people were going to be hurt. But it will be rejected by the American people. And I'm confident that it will change the political fortunes of both parties as it is implemented. Those who supported it on the Republican side, the American people will like them a lot less, and those who opposed it on our side, the American people will understand we're on their side. But the damage, Mr. President, the damage that will be done in the interim is enormous. The number of the millions, 10 millions of millions, probably hundreds of millions of people who will be hurt, and hurt in real severe ways, will be horrible. So there's no solace. I do believe that the political system, with all its infirmities, with all the big money, having so much power with Donald Trump and his Republican friends, even with all of that, I believe ultimately our democracy's roots are deep. And ultimately, I believe those who support Russell Vought, he himself, the president who put him in, the Republicans who voted for him, will be rejected by the American people for doing it. But the damage in the interim will be enormous, worse than almost anything we have seen. So I say to my colleagues on the Republican side, maybe it's not too late. Maybe somehow you'll realize how damaging Russell Vought is. Maybe you'll say to yourselves, despite the fact that I might have Trump angry with me, I'm doing the best thing for him by voting down Russell Vought ultimately politically. Maybe, unlikely, forlorn hope. I always try to be an optimist, but maybe. This is a very, very important vote. And as the way it's looking now, it's a very awful and sad vote. One of the worst, if it passes, that I have seen in this body in the many years I have been here. For those who think Russell Vought won't be so bad, read his book, see what he's done even in the first few weeks. I mean, read his project, 2025. It's a project, not a book, I don't think. And maybe, you'll realize it's unlikely, highly unlikely. It's a forlorn wish. But things are so bad, if Vought gets in, that you have to cling to that forlorn, highly unlikely hope. "20 years ago, it'd be hard to believe that somebody as hard-right, as narrow-minded, as vicious in his philosophy as Vought would get a single vote in the floor of the Senate. But now he may get a majority. We are warning the American people how bad this is. We will see the consequences in the weeks and months ahead. There are very few votes I've cast with greater fervor than this no vote for Russell Vought. He is, as I said, a danger to working people, a danger to America's beliefs and ideals, a danger to the unity, cohesiveness, and beauty of this great America. I proudly, strongly, and with complete conviction will vote no on this awful, awful nominee. And one more thing on the upcoming Republican tax cuts when the Budget Committee meets in a couple of days. Basically, there's a great debate between House and Senate Republicans. Should it be one bill or two bills? Let me tell you, the real issue is, what are they going to cut that hurts working Americans to fund the billionaires? Whether it's one bill or two bills to help not fund the billionaires, to help give greater tax cuts to the billionaires. Defunding the National Institute of Health? Cutting that back where health researchers are telling us that it will impede cancer research and the great research that we've done that helped the American people live healthier and longer? Defunding things like CHCs, which I just mentioned. So much else. All for one reason. So let's not, I would say to my fellow Americans, don't get caught up in this gobbledygook, one bill or two bills. We all know the goal is the same. Cut, 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 even vital programs that help working Americans, to give tax cuts, tax breaks to the wealthy. And that's what we'll see in this first step when the Budget Committee marks up its bill, supposedly on Wednesday. One bill, two bills? No. It could be 50 bills. I don't care. It comes down to the same thing. The end goal for Republicans to pass gargantuan tax cuts for Donald Trump and their billionaire friends. Cut the daylights out of everything else. Medicaid, Medicare, school lunches, prescription drug reform, medical research for these tax cuts. The American people are going to learn this as we move forward, and I don't think they're going to like it. Or Trump and Ukraine. In a Fox interview released last night, President Trump spoke about the war in Ukraine. and some of his comments sounded straight from a Russian propaganda playbook. Rather than speak the truth, rather than acknowledge Vladimir Putin's role in starting this war, President Trump amazingly blamed Ukraine for Putin's invasion. To quote the president, "You should never have started it," he said. He was saying that to President Zelensky. This is disgusting, disgusting, after how this man has fought so hard and so valiantly. And it deliberately distorts the truth. It's just awful to see an American president, it's disgusting to see an American president turn against one of our friends and openly side with a thug like Vladimir Putin. It's shameful to hear the president repeat Putin's propaganda while laying the groundwork for negotiations that favor Russia at Ukraine's expense. The people of Ukraine did not start this war. Vladimir Putin did. Ukrainians have fought and died on the battlefield to defend their home. The suffering and destruction of the Ukrainian country and the Ukrainian people that they have endured is staggering, all because of Vladimir Putin. And let's not forget, America, maybe there are some who say enough already. If we give in to Putin now, America will inevitably pay the price later. That's what history has shown. When you give in to thugs, when you give in to dictators, you pay the price. Hasn't Donald Trump and his allies learned the lessons of history? This is not just about the security of another nation. This struggle is in every way about the ultimate security of the American people. Make no mistake, right now the Kremlin is overjoyed by what Donald Trump is saying and what he's doing. Every single Republican must be put on record for President Trump's dangerous and false statements about the war in Ukraine. We have an obligation in the Senate to take a stand for the truth and take a stand against autocrats, and we will do it shortly. The American people deserve to know, will Republicans take a stand for democracy and freedom around the world, or will they cater to Putin and Russia, like Trump is doing, with ultimately bad consequences for all of us? Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, when Donald Trump and DOGE began their work, they kept saying the same thing. They said, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and DOGE said, this is about cutting waste, it's about efficiency, it's about meritocracy. Unfortunately, the truth has not been as advertised. It's been utter chaos. Yesterday, the Department of Veterans Affairs said they were reversing course on canceling billions of dollars in contract work because, as it turns out, slashing billions in funding that helps veterans is extreme. Excuse me. Yesterday, the Department of Veterans Affairs said they were reversing course on canceling billions of dollars in contract work because, as it turns out, slashing billions in funding that helps veterans is extremely harmful for veterans. These VA cuts were loaded by DOGE as an example of eliminating waste. The VA secretary claimed these contracts were for consultants, quote, to make PowerPoint slides and write meeting minutes, unquote. That's not even close to the truth. Let me read some examples of what DOGE was actually prepared to cut. Funding for chemotherapy and imaging services. Those were going to be cut. Hardly make work. Hardly writing meeting minutes. Funding for veterans with disabilities. Cut. Even funding to help veterans suffering from toxic exposure in burn pits. One contract would help over 20,000 veterans track down their military service record from DOD in order to prove their toxic exposure, as is required. Without these records, getting affordable treatment would not likely be possible. And DOGE said, let's cut that too. Even if the VA reverses course, canceling Canceling these contracts and firing VA staff is still immediately damaging, very damaging. There's the risk that you can't rehire workers back in time because they've moved on to other jobs, or contracts aren't available because they took their business elsewhere. And by then, the damage is done. Vital services and operations that serve veterans can't continue as before. It could take months, maybe even years, to build this back, which had been built up carefully to help veterans over the years, and many of us in Congress work for those things. So to cut these services and then say, never mind, still ends up being very destructive. Meanwhile, it's not much better in terms of foreign policy and our own security. Our allies across the world will look at America and see a country in decline under Donald Trump. They will watch in horror an American president continue to curry favors with war criminals like Vladimir Putin, while publicly berating friends, brave, valiant people who've risked their lives and have seen so many of their countrymen die in a valiant fight for freedom, like President Zelensky. He gets berated, Putin gets praised. What is going on? Rest assured that nobody on earth was happier with what happened last Friday in the Oval Office than Vladimir Putin. Our allies will also watch in horror as Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth make America less safe. It's the world less safe. There's no other way you can look at it when they give Putin a free pass to launch cyber attacks against the U.S. while we disarm our own cyber operations against Russia. Can you believe that? Letting Putin attack us, and we're saying we won't attack him in terms of cyber warfare. What is going on? The world's turned inside out and upside down, all to the detriment of the safety and security of America and its people. Tomorrow, as Donald Trump addresses our nation, our Western allies will wonder about the future of NATO. So these are difficult and dangerous times, and Donald Trump is taking America, our democracy, and the world down a dark and deeply troubling path. Now, tomorrow, Americans can expect Donald Trump to say many things that are false, including perhaps Russian information. What we will not hear from Donald Trump, however, is the truth. So today, let us speak the truth about Donald Trump's agenda. In a little over a month, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans have set in motion the greatest transfer of wealth in favor of billionaires we have seen in modern times. On the one hand, you have Elon Musk calling Social Security the greatest Ponzi scheme of all time. You have Doge firing over 7,000 staffers from the Social Security Administration. You have Donald Trump threatening trade wars with our own allies. And you have Republicans cutting $880 billion from Medicaid to pay for their billionaire tax cuts. Money that funds things like community health centers. Money that funds people who desperately need health care. Money that funds parents or elderly parents of middle-aged couples in the parents are in nursing homes. All of that is at grave risk. Together, these actions will mean diminished wealth for working and middle Americans and more money in the pockets of the billionaires. Because after all, when the wealthiest man on earth calls Social Security a scam and Doge fires 7,000 Social Security staffers, that's a clear sign Social Security benefits are in danger. Donald Trump just said a few minutes ago that he was going to keep the tariffs against Canada and Mexico. When Donald Trump starts a trade war for Canada and Mexico, it means rising costs for produce, for groceries, for cars, even for ordering takeout and happy hour. It is unbelievable what they're doing with these tariffs. It could mean that restaurant owners in states like mine could be forced to close down as food prices go up. It means that building new homes will be more expensive, and those costs will be passed down to would-be home buyers. The bottom line is very simple. One of the greatest things Americans complained about in the past election was the high costs of so many different kinds of goods and products. And now Donald Trump is making it worse because he just said that he would not continue the pause on Canada and Mexico's tariffs, but will let them go into effect. Please, Mr. Trump, rethink your plans to start a trade war where the average family will get slapped with an average $2,000 extra in costs. Families will suffer, businesses will suffer. You said you'd bring down costs on day one, Donald Trump. Yet here, 1 month in, you're doing something that would raise costs significantly for the American people. And when Republicans cut Medicaid, it means health care costs will go soaring for tens of millions of kids, seniors, people with disability, rural communities. So why are the Republicans doing all this? Why are they creating all this havoc, this chaos, this cruelty, and this harm to the American people? Simple. To cut taxes for billionaires and have the American people pick up the tab. Make no mistake about it. This is what a transfer of wealth looks like. Away from working Americans and into the bank accounts of the billionaire club. Away from working Americans and into the bank accounts of the billionaire club. Meanwhile, it's not much better in terms of foreign policy and our own security. Our allies across the world will look at America and see a country in decline under Donald Trump. They will watch in horror an American president continue to curry favors with war criminals like Vladimir Putin, while publicly berating friends, brave, valiant people who've risked their lives and have seen so many of their countrymen die in a valiant fight for freedom, like President Zelensky. He gets berated, Putin gets praised. What is going on? Rest assured that nobody on earth was happier with what happened last Friday in the Oval Office than Vladimir Putin. So, Mr. President, tonight Donald Trump will address the nation before a joint session of Congress. This will be the 5th time Donald Trump speaks from the House chamber, and by now the American people know just what to expect. They can expect Donald Trump to launch a deluge of mistruths and falsehoods. But tonight we won't hear one peep from Donald Trump about his broken promise to bring inflation down on day one. We won't hear one syllable about how Donald Trump's policies are making inflation and the costs that average American families pay worse. So this morning, let's start here. Let's start about that here, starting with tariffs. Last night, for the first time in decades, the President of the United States imposed 25% tariffs on nearly all goods coming from Canada and Mexico. What does this mean for the American people? What do Donald Trump's tariffs mean for the American people? They're going to pay more. Everyday costs are about to become more expensive. It means, according to the CEO of Target, to take one example, consumers could see higher prices within days. This is not something 6 months out. That includes everything: price of gas, produce, cars, cheese, dairy products, coffee, even chocolate. American farmers are going to pay more, will pay more for fertilizer, which means food prices go up. New furniture will become more expensive as Canada is a major supplier of lumber. Refrigerators, washers, microwaves, laptops, smartphones, clothing, shoes, all will likely see increases. Hold on to your hat, Mr. and Mrs. America. When you bring it all together, the average U.S. household could see $2,000 in increased expenses a year. And that's a conservative estimate. Let me repeat that. The average American family, $2,000 more out of their pockets, their hard-earned dollars that they're struggling to stretch. And now another added increase, all that didn't have to happen because Donald Trump is imposing tariffs on Canada and Mexico. It's been clear that in the past, when applied intelligently, precisely, tariffs can be a useful tool, against adversaries that engage in unfair trade practices that harm American workers. The tariffs against China years ago are one example of this. But the situation today is completely different. It makes no sense to start a trade war with America's closest trade partners because the casualty of that trade war will be consumers and American households. So let's get it straight. Donald Trump's tariffs are a tax on working Americans to the tune of $2,000 or more a year. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Well, he says fentanyl, but less than 1% of the fentanyl that comes into the country comes from Canada. It's one of the ways they can close that budget hole when they take huge tax breaks for billionaires. This is another place where Donald Trump and the Republicans are raising your costs so they can cut taxes for billionaires. It's unbelievable. I don't think this is going to be seen very positively by the American people. Mr. President, last night, Donald Trump subjected the American people to a deluge of falsehoods, misrepresentations, and outright lies. What Americans heard last night was easily the nastiest, most divisive, most partisan, and most dishonest presidential address in American history. In a speech that lasted almost 2 hours, Donald Trump spent over 10 minutes falsely ridiculing and delegitimizing Social Security, following DOJ's lead alleging this program, which serves tens of millions of Americans, is a scam. They seem to be preparing to go full steam ahead to take benefits away from you, the American people. It's amazing. Tens of millions of Americans depend on that check, that Social Security check, to buy food, which is becoming more expensive under Donald Trump, to pay for prescription drugs, and they want to repeal the laws we did that made them cheaper for the average American, and so much else. Calling it a scam, ridiculing it with false information, and saying and cutting 7 million out of Social Security offices, 7,000 rather, out of Social Security offices, shows you where they're headed, to hurt Social Security, one of the most sacred programs in America. Why are they doing this? Why would they do this? So unpopular. Only for one reason, the motivation of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Republican Party is tax cuts for the billionaires. That's their number one goal, and they'll twist America in knots, hurting people, many people, millions of people, to get it done. Trump also lied about his plans to eviscerate Medicaid, lied about his plans to cut taxes for billionaires while making working Americans pay the costs. There was more truth, Mr. President, there was more truth in 10 minutes of Senator Alyssa Slotkin's rebuttal than in 2 hours of Donald Trump's long-winded, self-serving diatribe. Senator Slotkin did an outstanding job last night dismantling Donald Trump's nonsense with clarity, with facts, and with some desperately needed common sense. And I'm so glad I asked her to deliver the Democratic response because she knocked it out of the park. Now, when Donald Trump wasn't lying, he was distracting. He talked again about renaming the Gulf of Mexico. He talked about renaming mountains. He said that he was a better president than George Washington. What a bubble this guy's in. What planet is he on? For a moment, I wondered if Donald Trump was utterly clueless of the disaster his administration has been under his watch. I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, last night, reports came out that President Trump is preparing to sign an executive order to end the Department of Education as soon as today. If this report is true, this would be one of the most destructive and devastating steps Donald Trump has ever taken. And the main victims of this decision, American children. The right here is why every single Democrat said hell no to the nomination of Linda McMahon. that this is why we did it. She's an education secretary. Linda McMahon is an education secretary who personifies nails on the chalkboard. I've never heard before of a secretary who wanted a cabinet job solely for the purpose of detonating the very agency she seeks to lead. I've never heard of an education secretary who wants to give every teacher in America a rotten apple. But this is where we are. These are not just metaphors of the moment. They're the perils of the present. This would be horrible for our schools, our school leaders, our families, and the children Secretary McMahon is supposed to serve. The blast radius of this order will harm nearly every child, every teacher, every family, and every community in the country. And don't forget, defunding education means property taxes will go up to make up the funding gap. Homeowners are about to get blindsided by the toxic brew of seeing their property taxes go up while seeing the quality of many schools that depend on funding go down. But nobody will suffer more from Donald Trump's decision than our kids. Almost 90% of the students in America attend public schools, and they will suffer because of what Donald Trump is doing. Why? The Department of Education is a lifeline for public schools across the country. It's particularly strong in rural areas because there's not much choice. There's one school in the town. With federal funding, many rural schools would vanish and some schools would crumble at the foundation, literally. Education is the best investment for turning a struggling community around. With good schools, and without the funding to support these schools, our children will be hurt, our country will be worse, the notion of the American dream will fall by the wayside. Rural schools will be particularly hard hit because rural communities often have only one school in the area. And if that disappears, the communities will deteriorate. Kids with special education needs will be left out in the cold. Public school teachers, already worked to the bone, will be thrown into chaos. Class sizes will explode. Job training programs will vanish. School districts will be at the mercy of state budgets that already struggle to fund education. And the albatross of student debt will become insurmountable for tens of millions of Americans, many of whom come from working families. Every single one of us wants our schools to do better, our students to perform better, and eliminate wasteful spending. Education reform is necessary. But to make things better, to improve education, you do not use a chainsaw. Using a chainsaw will make things worse because it doesn't discriminate between the funds that are needed and the funds that may be unnecessary or should be redirected. Erasing the Department of Education in the blink of an eye is not what education reform looks like. Donald Trump should immediately reverse course before he causes irreparable harm to our students and our classrooms. Again, let me just repeat that you do not hire a secretary whose very purpose is detonating the very agency she seeks to lead. That makes no sense.
Mr. Leader, would Democrats, we've heard a number, obviously the Department of Education is something that you've dedicated this entire press conference to. The slashing of government agencies, we know Democratic lawmakers want to maybe put some constraints on things like this needing congressional approval, and they want to tie that to government spending and this latest continuing resolution. Would that be worth, would those DOGE cuts be worth shutting down the government over, as some of your colleagues say that they would?
The bottom line is Democrats are working to avoid a shutdown. If there's a shutdown, it's on the Republicans' back. They have yet given us their proposal. Yes?
Leader Schumer, your Democratic constituents are hoping to hear more from their elected leaders. Obviously, Republicans are in control of the government, but can you do anything else but message on these issues?
Yes. Look at lawsuits. Just yesterday, many NIH, the cuts to NIH were rejected. We have filed over 100 lawsuits working with the AGs and working with independent groups. We have won 87% of them. We also intend to work on legislation. I had a call with, I thought it would be 500 activists. 3,000 got on the phone, and we are focusing in all of our states on the Republican congressmen and senators voting for the things that will be so unpopular, and we're going to get a chance to have them vote on it in reconciliation. Yes?
Have you heard any concern from constituents about how these cuts could affect other programs like school lunches, Head Start?
Yeah, people, if you use this blowtorch to the Department of Education and eliminate it, kids are going to go hungry. They're not going to be, I don't know where they're going to get their breakfast, where they're going to get their lunches. The schools are going to be so hard pressed. And a lot of these programs are part of the Department of Education, as well as, of course, the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, Senator Schumer, up until yesterday, all the plans were to impound spending that had been approved by Congress and just ignore the Impoundment Control Act and sort of fight it out in the courts. Yesterday, Republican senators started pushing back on Musk and saying, hey, send us a rescissions package that can bypass a filibuster here in the Senate. Wondering if you think that that is the appropriate way for them to actually try to cut spending, and are you looking forward to those votes?
Look, first, we're having many ways to get votes, including reconciliation. Second, these programs are so what the Trump has proposed, whether it's tariffs or Social Security or Medicaid or tax breaks for billionaires, is so unpopular with the American people that the Republicans are ducking and trying to bob and weave and say, well, maybe we're for it, maybe we're not, maybe do it this way, maybe do it that way. Just the classic example. Don't have a town hall meeting, the Republican leaders told the Republican congressmen, because they're so unpopular. Day by day, the Trump-Musk-Doge program becomes more and more unpopular with the American people. The more they see it, the less they like it. Thank you. Now on Tesla and the White House. Donald Trump yesterday did an unseemly, self-serving, it just turns your stomach at what they do to help one another. So he did an unseemly, self-serving business advertisement for his #1 political patron on the White House lawn, Elon Musk. What do you think Americans think of that when they see Trump pushing Elon Musk, the richest man in the world's Teslas? A man born with a limousine, who for the rest of his life will be driven by Secret Service, was supposedly buying a new car and checking out his EV options. What a joke. This was a grossly transparent attempt to get Donald Trump's MAGA supporters to purchase Teslas after sales have slumped. And that's driven the company's stock price into a wall. And we all know what Donald Trump thinks about stock prices. It's the end-all and be-all. But for any of the new MAGA converts who are now joining the EV revolution, even though they've said they've hated it, MAGA said it hated it. Let me just say to these MAGA converts who might buy an EV to bail out their buddy Elon, if you're below the income limit, you can thank Democrats for your $7,500 EV tax credit. I yield the floor. On voting rights. Yesterday, Donald Trump escalated his attacks on the bedrock of American democracy. Without a shred of authority, Donald Trump issued an executive order that will effectively coerce states to institute policies that will prevent millions of American citizens from voting. Let us be very clear. This is an assault on democracy. Donald Trump's order has nothing to do with election security. It is an illegal power grab. We all support safe and transparent and secure elections. But what Donald Trump is doing is making it harder for citizens to vote. He is fanning the flames of election denialism, nothing new to him, claiming without any evidence that elections are rigged and the system is broken. Every single election authority says this is false. But we all know that if Donald Trump is anything, he's an election denier. He hates the idea of free and fair elections. This is another dark and twisted example of Donald Trump's lawless campaign to recreate America into his personal kingdom. I am confident the courts will look at this power grab and quickly deem it unconstitutional.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, this week, Donald Trump is preparing to take a sledgehammer to the American economy by preparing a tsunami of tariffs on all sorts of goods Americans purchase every day. A tsunami of tariffs. Let's be clear. Donald Trump's tariffs are a tax hike on American families. The average costs families will have to pay for groceries, gas, everyday goods, etc., will go up by thousands of dollars a year out of hardworking people's pockets to pay for these tariffs. And Donald Trump has the gall to call his trade war Liberation Day. That makes as much sense as calling a layoff notice a promotion letter. The Trump administration clearly has no strategy or goal behind their tariffs. One minute they say the tariffs will lead to more people buying American-made goods. But Peter Navarro said yesterday tariffs will also raise trillions in revenue. This is a total contradiction. You can't use tariffs to both raise revenue and bring jobs back. The only way you raise that much in revenue is if Americans pay that much for goods made abroad. And that means consumers will hurt most. Donald Trump knows his plan will send costs surging. He said he hopes automakers raise their price, spoken like a true billionaire. Donald Trump saying, I hope automakers will raise their prices? Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Consumer, Mr. and Mrs. Average American Family, Donald Trump wants you to pay more while he's giving tax cuts to billionaires. Senate Republicans, where are they? Always they just go along with whatever Trump wants, no matter how idiotic. Senate Republicans should be shouting from the rooftops to get the president to reverse course on tariffs. People in red states will be especially impacted, from farmers to small businesses. Republicans should be swarming the Senate floor with statements calling on the president to change his mind. But their response has been so feeble, so weak, almost non-existent, that Americans are right to question whose side they are really on. The worst part is nobody knows what these tariffs will look like, perhaps not even Donald Trump. He seems, on a slow day, he changes his mind about them only once a day. He seems to change his mind about them almost every hour. This is not what the American people want. Americans and American businesses detest the chaos and unpredictability that Trump brings. No surprise, more and more Americans now disapprove of his handling of the economy. Meanwhile, the S&P is on track for its worst quarter compared to the rest of the world since the 1980s. Consumer confidence is at its worst since Donald Trump's first term. Outlook for the economy is at a 12-year low. Household debt is on the rise. Donald Trump's trade war is playing Russian roulette with the American economy. And it will be households, retirees, consumers, average families that pay the price. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
You go right here in the middle.
Okay. All right. This is us. X marks the spot.
We just completed a very good meeting between House Democratic leadership and Senate Democratic leadership. We are standing together in defense of the American people, House Democrats and Senate Democrats, fighting hard to build an affordable economy that works for everyday Americans and drives down the high cost of living in this country. At the same period of time, Donald Trump and House Republicans promised to lower the high cost of living. But costs aren't going down, they are going up. Inflation is going up under the Republicans here in the Congress and the Trump administration, while at the same time the stock market is collapsing. eroding the retirement security of the American people. Democrats are focused on driving down the high cost of living. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and driving us toward a recession. House and Senate Democrats are united in defending Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, and nutritional assistance for our children and our families, while Republicans are trying to take these things away, stealing taxpayer dollars so they can jam a massive tax break for Elon Musk and their billionaire donors down the throats of the American people. We are standing together in opposition to the GOP tax scam and in defense of the American people.
Thank you, Hakeem. And we had a great meeting. We are all on the same page. Donald Trump is taking away things working people vitally need, all to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is cutting Medicaid to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is strangling Social Security to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is raising people's prices to do tax cuts for the billionaires by imposing tariffs, which will again help the billionaires get even a greater tax cut. We are united. We know how bad Trump is for the American people, how awful he is. And we will every day, in a unified way, let the American people know all of the things he's doing, and they're finding out already, and they don't like it. We are going to hammer away at Donald Trump. He's hurting the middle class. He's creating tax cuts for the billionaires, and he's destroying our democracy. And our message, our themes, what we believe above all, is going to resonate with the American people. They will learn that Donald Trump is already breaking his promises. I'll bring costs down on day one. They will learn that Donald Trump, they are learning already that Donald Trump is not on their side, and we're going to make that message over and over and over again. And the American people will distance themselves from congressmen and senators who embrace Donald Trump and his ideas. And one final point, not related to this, but related to this. The enthusiasm of Democrats, the desire to fight back, couldn't have been better exemplified than Cory Booker's tour de force on the floor of the Senate. Cory Booker has done an amazing job, not only in the amount of time he'll be spending on the floor. We hope and believe he will break the record. He's close to it now. But on his eloquence in showing the hypocrisy, the danger, the disaster that this Trump-Musk-Doge regime is. He's done an amazing job, and we all salute him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
From here. The chart. Okay. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to thank Senators Kaine and Welch and also Brooks for joining us here today as we fight against Trump's trade war, as you see right here. This map has how much each state would pay for this absurd, crazy, chaotic trade war. But the worst thing about it is that it so hurts American families. It is estimated that the average American family will pay more than $5,000 out of their pocket to pay for these tariffs. These tariffs will cost them $5,000 as the prices of everything goes up, whether it's groceries or cars or wood or you name it, across the board. Why would Trump do this? Why would Trump do this? One reason. He wants to take the money that he gains from tariffs to give tax cuts to billionaires. And when told that American families would pay a whole lot more out of their pockets, you know what he said? I don't care. What kind of bubble is this man and his billionaire cohorts in that they don't understand that when the average American family is told that you're going to have to pay $5,000 more for the things you buy, that it pains them so? Well, can't buy that new car. Can't take that vacation we've been planning for a whole year with the kids. Can't go visit grandma. Got to cut back on even the medicines I buy. What kind of bubble do they live in? So we have documented in this chart how much each state would pay from Trump's trade war. And it's devastating. I just talked to over 50 people in my state of New York. We're right on the Canadian border. Buffalo thinks they could go into a real recession if these tariffs came about. Plattsburgh, 20% of their businesses are Canadian owned. What are they going to do? And there are tens of thousands of job losses in every part of New York State because there are tariffs. They are a tax on families. They don't like taxes? This is one of the worst taxes they could put in. And don't just listen to us. Rand Paul, hardly a Democrat. Tariffs are simply a tax. Senator Mullen, tariffs is a tax. He didn't have the right grammar, but I'll read him verbatim. Tariffs is a tax, and it will be passed on to consumers. According to the New York Times, 6.5 million jobs would be impacted by the Canadian tariffs, and people in red states will be especially impacted, from farmers to small businesses. And here's another problem. It's chaotic. He says one thing one day and another thing the next day. He changes which countries, he changes the percentage, he changes which goods. And what do businesses hate? Uncertainty. Whether you're a small business, a medium-sized business, a large business, you want certainty. There's no certainty. That's why the stock market has gone down so much. Consumers, why is their confidence at lower levels than it's been in a very long time? In part, in good part, because of these tariffs. They say if I'm going to have to pay more for eggs or for bread or for gas or for a car, I better not spend now. So it's creating huge problems in the whole economy. So soon, the Senate will vote on a resolution from Senator Kaine to undo Trump's tariffs on Canadian goods. And we hope that some of our Republican colleagues will join us in that. They don't like the tariffs either. They know they're a tax hike on the American people. They know that the stock market is in turmoil, risking people's retirements. They know that consumer confidence is down. And the odds of a recession, something people hate. It's harder to find a job, keep a job, maintain your weekly budget if a recession occurs. And now our greatest financial prognosticators are saying the chances of recession because of these tariffs, this tariff tax goes way up. So we're going to fight these tariffs tooth and nail. Trump's done a lot of bad things. This is way up there. Ask American people. And one final thing. Look at what happened in Wisconsin yesterday. The American people understand that Trump is not on their side on tariffs, on tax cuts for billionaires, on cutting Medicaid, on cutting the others. The American people are seeing how bad Trump is. Tariffs is a good part of it, and they are not supporting people like Elon Musk and those who support Donald Trump. Tim.
Thank you to Leader Schumer for being a great partner in this effort. And here we are. It's an unusual procedure. There are not many things where even one senator can file a motion that will be guaranteed a floor vote. But the crafters of this legislation, the International Emergencies Act, believed that while a president might need to declare an emergency, that should not go unchallenged if members of Congress felt like, hold on a second, let's get this right. No one is denying that there's a fentanyl challenge in the United States, a huge challenge. We've all seen it in all of our states, And that is why this is not an action to undo the Mexico tariffs or undo the China tariffs. You might argue about whether the emergency is one that where tariffs is the right answer, but clearly the fentanyl trade is being heavily driven through Mexico or precursor chemicals from China. But Canadian tariffs are not the answer to the solution because the fentanyl problem is not primarily a Canadian problem. There's an article that's out in the Globe and Mail today that digs into the disparities, 21,000 pounds of fentanyl seized from Mexico coming across the border last year. And there's a claim that there's 43 pounds seized from Canada. But the article that's just come out from the Globe and Mail suggests it's actually a good bit less even than 43 pounds. Is there work that we should and need to do together on fentanyl? Of course, Chuck led us to pass the halt fentanyl bill in the Senate just 2 weeks ago, and there's more we can do. But this is not about fentanyl. It's about tariffs. It's about a national sales tax on American families. Trump's economic advisor, Peter Navarro, said that the total of these tariffs will be $6 trillion of taxes paid by American consumers, more than $600 billion a year. I've told the story of this baker that I have in Virginia. April is her name. She owns a bakery. Some of you might know this place. It's called Mom's Apple Pie. Now, is this a good thing for a speech in the Senate recording studio? Mom's Apple Pie Bakery. April owns it. 3 locations: Loudon, Purcellville, Occoquan. I was with her recently. She said, "Damn, you got to do something about these Canadian tariffs." And I said, "April, you got these 3 little bakeries. I mean, Canadian tariffs, how do they affect you?" Pie tins. All aluminum pie tins, they all come from Canada. You increase the price of a pie tin by 25%.
And it's even worse if you have a can of beer with your apple pie.
There you go. Or try some whiskey or something. The pie tin goes up by 25%. And she said nobody has to buy an apple pie. It's to celebrate somebody's birthday or a party. And if the price of a tin goes up by 25%, I sell fewer pies. I may have to lay people off. She's been through it in round 1 with Trump's tariffs in the first term. My largest business in Virginia is the shipyard, Huntington Ingalls Shipyard in Newport News. Ships and subs, critical to our nation's security. 35% of the aluminum and steel that are used in U.S. ships and subs comes from Canada. The other 65% is American-made steel. We're having a hard time producing ships and subs on time and on budget now. These tariffs kick in, it's going to get much worse. I'm very, very proud that this is a bipartisan bill. Rand Paul is an original co-sponsor of the bill. He's going to take the floor at 3 o'clock today for a half hour to talk about this. But I'm also proud with the number of stakeholders that have signed on. This morning, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce signed on to support SJ Res 37, the AFL-CIO, the sheet metal workers, the steel workers, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the National Taxpayers Union. Mike Pence started a think tank after he stopped being vice president. I think it's called American Freedom Alliance. They came out yesterday. Vice President Pence's think tank came out to support SJ Res 37. We have support left, right, and center because people don't want Americans to have to struggle to pay more for groceries, pay more for building supplies, pay more for apple pie, for God's sake. I'm really happy to be joined by Senators Alsop-Brooke and Senator Welch, and I think Senator Welch might be up next.
He is.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nobody supports tariffs economically. Economists have looked at this, and they don't work, and they do a lot of hurt. So what we have with the Trump policy here is essentially a faith-based economic plan. There's no evidence that it works. There's overwhelming evidence that it fails. And the American people are going to get a history lesson starting very soon about Smoot-Hawley, 2 names that don't immediately come to mind. But it was just before the recession that the U.S. had the highest tariffs in our history. And those tariffs were put in place by a president who got it wrong and thought this would help us. Well, it helped us usher in the Great Depression. And since then, presidents on both sides of the aisle have steered clear of these trade war tariffs until President Trump. Now, second, we have an affordability crisis in this country. Working families are struggling to pay their bills. And just in Vermont, to make it very concrete, we get a lot of our electricity from Canada. We get a lot of our gasoline in the northern part of Vermont from Canada. We get our home heating fuel from Canada. And those bills for folks are going to go up immediately. Home heating fuel, gasoline, electricity. Why in the world would we do that? The other thing is that Canada's our friend. It's not China. And along the border, where we have decades and decades of mutual respect, we're starting to change that into distrust. And a confident country treats its allies with respect. And these tariffs are going to do direct and immediate economic harm to everyday Vermont families and farmers, maple sugar producers. But it's also going to start eroding the trust that is the benefit of good relations over time. Why in the world would President Trump want to be Smoot-Hawley? That's what he's embracing. Totally bad, totally wrong, doomed. And the only question is, how much pain will he inflict on everyday Vermonters before he comes to his senses and withdraws this tariff policy? Thank you.
Senator Also Brooks.
Thank you. I want to thank Leader Schumer and Senators Kaine and Welch for being here today. You know, President Trump has dubbed today Liberation Day. And I continue to think how tone deaf and how arrogant it is, because I'm asking myself, for whom? You know, who's liberated? And I think that Elon Musk. Yeah, I think the reality of it is that middle class and hardworking families like the one I grew up in, I regard myself in so many ways as having grown up in a blue-collar family. A father who was a car salesman, a mother who's a receptionist, and the fact of the matter is the people who are being liberated are the billionaires. None of his policies, including these tariffs, anticipate any relief for hardworking and middle-class families. And so those who will be liberated are not us. And furthermore, he went on to say very arrogantly, you know, there's going to be a little pain, some minor pain and disruption, but the people that I represent don't regard increasing cost of groceries, increasing cost of owning a home, increasing cost of owning an automobile as a minor disruption. But it is a minor disruption to billionaires who can certainly not only afford the increasing cost of goods, but who will also enjoy a tax cut on the back end of this. We know that the taxes that we're looking at, the tax cuts will net, we believe, Elon Musk about $50 million in tax cuts over a 10-year period. So the cynical nature of these tariffs is really, really very disturbing. And so I have, my first bill is a Tariff Transparency Act. That has been filed. I'm going to go to the floor today and ask for a unanimous consent on. And if it is in fact the case that these tariffs are a minor disruption and this is Liberation Day, we're simply asking this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to prove it, to be transparent with the American people, to tell us the cost of these tariffs. And I can tell you, I've met in my state with people from every corner of the state. Just a couple of weeks ago, had the opportunity to sit down with farmers. Some were poultry farmers. I met with business owners, and many of them feel betrayed by this administration. The farmers who said, you know what, now not only the retaliatory tariffs will cost so much money. Some were selling chicken parts to other countries, and they've said to me, you know, this is going to cost us money. And they did not anticipate that they would see actions that harm them as well. And so I want them to prove to us, who does it benefit? That's a question that I think is a fair question. Is when he says a little pain, who does he mean? Who should sustain the pain? And I would say it absolutely should not be the middle class and hardworking families of this country who pay for the tax cuts for his billionaire friends and who suffer beneath these tariffs. And so we say, again, if it's a minor disruption, and this is Liberation Day, we just simply want to know who should be liberated. And I think that the Transparency Act will show us that.
We'll take questions on this subject. Yes.
Quick question. About 3 weeks ago, you said that as Trump becomes more unpopular, that Republicans will wake up and they will start to break from him? Do you think the fact that Republicans are joining Senator Kane's resolution on this shows that Republicans are waking
Well,
up to
look,
the unpopular?
the number one factor in terms of Trump's unpopularity is the American people. And he is becoming less and less popular, particularly on issues like this, on the economy. His numbers are underwater rather significantly, depending on which poll you do. And once the American people say, I don't want to embrace somebody, I don't want to vote for somebody, I don't want to support somebody who embraces Trump's policies, things begin to change. But public sentiment is everything, and we are letting the public know in every way we can, fighting every day on how bad the Trump policies are for them. Yes, in the back.
Senator Schumer, there are a lot of dairy producers in New York and Vermont, and as you know, dairy producers have faced import restrictions in Canada. Is it fair for Trump to use some leverage here to get Canada to reduce its trade barriers on dairy?
Look, are there certain tariffs that make some sense in a specific area where we're being treated unfairly? Yes. But the kind of meat axe, blunderbuss approach that they use across the board on everything and huge amounts is typical of this administration. They don't think things through. You know, I dealt with Trump on tariffs back in 2017 when he was president because I was a hawk on China and so was he. And I met his people. I met this guy Navarro. The guy had no basis of any facts and he sort of had to leave the administration. Now he's back running the tariff policy. They don't, as Angela talked about, they don't look at the facts. He just gets this idea in his head that it's going to be a good thing and does it. And then he says he doesn't care if the American people pay more. It's crazy.
Chuck, can I say something?
Yes, Tim, please.
Just real quick, what a great question. Because the dairy issues I've heard Chuck talk about them. I've heard Tammy Baldwin talk about them. There's a Trump-created mechanism to deal with that problem. The USMCA, negotiated by President Trump. I think it got 89 votes here, heavily bipartisan. Why are they not using the MCA to deal with it? Because they want money for a tax cut.
Yes.
If they used MCA to negotiate the differences, they wouldn't have Peter Navarro saying, we're going to get $6 trillion that we can use for a tax cut. That's the way they should deal with this problem. A Trump-inspired, state-of-the-art trade deal that gives them a mechanism for resolving disputes. The fact that they're throwing that aside and going with tariffs tells you that there's something else going on.
And in just across-the-board way. You know, now probably when we're treated poorly across the board, like with China, a broader approach might be necessary. When it comes to Canada, when it comes to Mexico, when it comes to Europe, where we have such complicated, intercombined relationships, that kind of approach hurts only one group, the American people, the average American family. On this subject, yes.
Thank you, Leader. What is your response to the president's argument that these tariffs will lead to reshoring of manufacturing overseas and allow for a level playing field for U.S. industries?
Yeah, well, he gets these ideas in his head. He has no proof, and most every study, and these guys know this, has shown that that doesn't happen, plain and simple. That's the problem. There's no factual basis here. It's a crazy idea in his head that hurts American families and does very little benefit, and in an untargeted way that makes no sense. Yes, in the back there.
The House introduced a resolution to challenge the emergency declaration on Mexico as well. Are there plans to do that in the Senate?
Tim?
One at a time. So I did an emergency challenge on the energy emergency last month, and we're all in on Canada. There are different issues. You know, Canada and Mexico are not completely the same because of some of the issues with respect to fentanyl. So it's different. But let's get this one done. And if we can get this one done and succeed, then we also have to see what President Trump does this afternoon. Exactly. There may be a whole new series of trade or tariff-related motions coming your way soon.
Lord knows. Yes.
Leader Schumer. Yeah, Mr. Leader, as you're saying, the Trump administration says they'll get money from tariffs, they'll use it for tax cuts. This is at the same time as Leader Thune seems to be proposing, as part of reconciliation, a zero baseline for the current tax cuts. The parliamentarian will probably have to rule on that, but do you think that that comports with Senate procedure possibly?
Okay, that's a different problem, but another huge problem he's causing. It wasn't the same, but you're so nice. I'm
Thank you.
The bottom line is this. If they go through current policy baseline, it will increase the deficit on the United States by $30 trillion, virtually doubling it. And who's going to pay the price? Us, our children, our grandchildren. It just makes no sense. It's hocus pocus. What Mr. Chip Roy, looking for the beard, Chip Roy called it fairy dust. It's a scam. It's a scam to allow them to get more tax cuts for the wealthy. And it's going to hurt the rest of us. Thank you, everybody.
On Wisconsin, do you think Elon Musk should keep playing in these races?
We'll take questions on this subject. This subject. Yes.
Quick question. About 3 weeks ago, you said that as Trump becomes more unpopular, that Republicans will wake up and they will start to break from him. Do you think the fact that Republicans are joining Senator Kane's resolution on this shows that Republicans are waking
Well,
up?
look, the number one factor in terms of Trump's unpopularity is the American people. And he is becoming less and less popular, particularly on issues like this, on the economy. His numbers are underwater rather significantly, depending on which poll you do. And once the American people say, I don't want to embrace somebody, I don't want to vote for somebody, I don't want to support somebody who embraces Trump's policies, things begin to change. But public sentiment is everything, and we are letting the public know in every way we can, fighting every day on how bad the Trump policies are for them. Yes, in the back.
Senator Schumer, there are a lot of dairy producers in New York and Vermont, and as you know, dairy producers have faced import restrictions in Canada. Is it fair for Trump to use some leverage here to get Canada to reduce its trade barriers on dairy?
Look, are there certain tariffs that make some sense in a specific area where we're being treated unfairly? Yes. But the kind of meat axe, blunderbuss approach that they use across the board on everything and huge amounts is typical of this administration. They don't think things through. You know, I dealt with Trump on tariffs back in 2017 when he was president because I was a hawk on China and so was he. And I met his people. I met this guy Navarro. The guy had no basis of any facts and he sort of had to leave the administration. Now he's back running the tariff policy. They don't, as Angela talked about, they don't look at the facts. He just gets this idea in his head that it's going to be a good thing and does it. And then he says he doesn't care if the American people pay more. It's crazy.
Chuck, can I say something?
Yes, Tim, please.
Just real quick, what a great question. Because the dairy issues I've heard Chuck talk about them. I've heard Tammy Baldwin talk about them. There's a Trump-created mechanism to deal with that problem. The USMCA, negotiated by President Trump, I think it got 89 votes here, heavily bipartisan. Why are they not using the MCA to deal with it? Because they want money for a tax cut. Yes. If they used MCA to negotiate the differences, they wouldn't have Peter Navarro saying, we're going to get $6 trillion that we can use for a tax cut. That's the way they should deal with this problem. A Trump-inspired, state-of-the-art trade deal that gives them a mechanism for resolving disputes. The fact that they're throwing that aside and going with tariffs tells you that there's something else going on.
And in just across-the-board way. You know, now probably when we're treated poorly across the board, like with China, a broader approach might be necessary. When it comes to Canada, when it comes to Mexico, when it comes to Europe, where we have such complicated, intercombined relationships, that kind of approach hurts only one group, the American people, the average American family. On this subject, yes.
Thank you, Leader. What is your response to the president's argument that these tariffs will lead to reshoring of manufacturing overseas and allow for a level playing field for U.S. industries?
Yeah, well, he gets these ideas in his head. He has no proof, and most every study, and these guys know this, has shown that that doesn't happen, plain and simple. That's the problem. There's no factual basis here. It's a crazy idea in his head that hurts American families and does very little benefit, and in an untargeted way that makes no sense. Yes, in the back there.
The House introduced a resolution to challenge the emergency declaration on Mexico as well. Are there plans to do that in the Senate?
Tim?
One at a time. So I did an emergency challenge on the energy emergency last month, and we're all in on Canada. There are different issues. You know, Canada and Mexico are not completely the same. because of some of the issues with respect to fentanyl. So it's different. But let's get this one done. And if we can get this one done and succeed, then we also have to see what President Trump does this afternoon. Exactly. There may be a whole new series of trade or tariff-related motions coming your way soon.
Lord knows. Mr. President, yesterday, Donald Trump made one of the dumbest decisions he has ever made as president, and that's saying something. The tariffs Donald Trump approved yesterday are far, far worse than we thought. It's the largest tax hike on families since World War II. Yesterday was not Liberation Day, it was Tax Day. Middle class, pay more taxes, Donald Trump is telling you. That's what the day's all about. This morning, naturally, the markets are plunging. The Dow was down 800 points. The S&P is already on track for its worst day in years. Donald Trump has single-handedly created a financial forest fire. Trump called yesterday Liberation Day. Nobody was feeling even close to liberated. Quite the opposite. American families are learning the hard way that Donald Trump has them right in the middle of a pincer and is squeezing them on both sides. On the one side, Donald Trump is pushing tariffs that will cost working families an extra $5,000 a year. And by his own admission, he, quote, could not care less. On the other side, Donald Trump is working with Republicans to gut vital programs working families rely on, like Medicaid, Social Security, veterans programs. So there's a pincer. Trump's tariffs raise costs and pick people's pockets on one side. And Trump's budget and his budget cuts are taking away health care and benefits and veterans care on the other side. Now, there are smart ways to use tariffs, and there are dumb ways to use tariffs. Donald Trump is using tariffs in the dumbest way imaginable. In fact, Donald Trump slapped tariffs on penguins and not on Putin. Trump sanctioned the herd in McDonald Islands, only inhabited by penguins. And that's what happens when you don't have a clue as to what you're doing. You fire air traffic controllers, dismantle disease outbreak monitoring, sabotage Social Security and VA operations, censor climate data, defund public schools, an ND trade war on penguins. What is going on? Prices on groceries, prices on electronics, appliances, metals, beer, furniture, fertilizer, and so much more will go up. People's retirements are in peril as markets are in turmoil across the globe. And Donald Trump says, I couldn't care less. That's his quote, America. You're getting squeezed on both sides by his tariffs and his budget. And he says, I couldn't care less. The American people are learning quickly that Donald Trump is breaking all the promises he made in the campaigns, and he's not on their side. He couldn't care less. It's truly unbelievable to watch the sheer destruction Republicans are inflicting on Americans. We aren't even 100 days into President Trump's second term, and the Republicans this week will plow ahead to take away people's Medicaid. They're letting Elon Musk sabotage Social Security. He says it's a Ponzi scheme. He says he's okay if it's eliminated. What do these rich people know about how middle-class people struggle? It's a little coterie of billionaires that's running policy, and as I said, the middle class is getting squeezed by the pincers on both sides. What are they doing, firing tens of thousands of epidemic responders, healthcare workers, food inspectors, abandoning veterans? And now, on top of all of that, it's been bad enough before, quote, Liberation Day, which is tax day. The Americans are going to pay $5,000 a year through his tariffs. For what? Why are they doing all this? Why would they do all this? Why would they hurt people, so many people, in so many ways? Why would they have that pincer squeeze them? I'll tell you why. One thing, one reason. Tax breaks for the billionaires. As I said, this is a coterie of billionaires running the government. Trump and Musk and Lutnick and so many others. You've heard the net worth of his cabinet. It's incredible. Cutting taxes for billionaires makes them squeeze the American people. It's utterly disgusting. President Trump should reverse course on his disastrous tariffs immediately, or else he risks plunging America into a recession. Some of the leading banks, the leading financial analysts, with no axe to grind, have greatly increased the odds that we will have a recession because of what Trump is doing. What president walks mindlessly into a recession, which means it's harder to get a job, harder to keep a job, harder to pay the bills? What president does that? So I am calling on the House and Speaker Johnson, given how bad Trump's tariffs are, they now know it, to come back into session and vote the Senate's bipartisan bill undoing the tariffs on Canada, the bill we passed yesterday with bipartisan support because a few Republicans had the courage of their convictions and voted against the president and for Senator Kane's very, very timely and needed bill. If the Speaker really cares about the American people and the costs they would bear by these tariffs, he should call back the House and take up the Senate bill immediately. The American people care about one thing above all, and they care about a lot of things. But at the top of the list is inflation. That's the number one thing on people's minds. We've heard that over and over again on last November's election day and ever since. And Donald Trump said in his campaign he'd reduce prices on day one when he got elected. He's doing just the opposite. He's not just reducing prices, he's dramatically raising them, $5,000 a year on the average American family. And by his own admissions, quote, Donald Trump said, "I could not care less." Donald Trump's trade war has many casualties. Families will be hit with the largest tax hike in over half a century, $5,000 extra a year. Prices will go up for food and for medicine, for clothing and for furniture, for gasoline, for cars, for travel, you name it. The economy is in danger of a recession. 60% odds. Yesterday, a leading person on Wall Street said the majority of CEOs he has spoken to believe the recession is already happening. A recession means small businesses will shutter. Main streets will ossify, and all the progress we've made since COVID will disappear. But one of the biggest casualties of Donald Trump's trade war are American seniors and Americans planning retirement in the near future. If you were planning to retire this year or thinking about retiring soon, Donald Trump's tariffs are like a brick over the head. This year, 4 million Americans will turn 65. That's a record. Another 80 million Americans are between 45 and 60, and thus approaching retirement and keeping their eyes on the future. And right now, Americans are watching helplessly as Donald Trump lights their retirement accounts and their dreams of a secure future on fire. To put it in perspective, for Americans nearing retirement, Donald Trump's market crash has vaporized a whopping $104,000 from the average retirement account. That's when you factor in the 17% drop in the Standard & Poor's 500 since the middle of February. Let me say that again. For Americans nearing retirement, Donald Trump's market crash has vaporized a whopping $104,000 from the average retirement account. That's years, sometimes decades, of people's savings gone in a flash. That's money retirees need to pay for health care, for prescription drugs, to see the grandkids, to buy groceries, and to live with a little bit of dignity, Meanwhile, as tariffs eat away at the 401ks, Elon Musk and Doge are taking a blowtorch to people's Social Security, the last safety net for Americans in retirement. They're crashing the website. They're closing down local offices. They're disconnecting services done over the phone. It's a pincer. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Vice President Vance continue lying about rampant fraud within Social Security without any evidence. Even DOJ's hand-picked head of Social Security admitted some of their claims, like saying checks are going to 150-year-olds, are wrong, dead wrong. So Donald Trump is coming at American seniors from every direction. He's draining 401ks, he's sabotaging Social Security, he's gutting health care, he's driving up inflation. He's hitting seniors 6 ways from Sunday. Even if you're not thinking about retirement right now, things are still awful. According to Bloomberg, the chaos of Donald Trump's tariffs have more and more Americans tapping into their 401ks early. Hardship withdrawals are about 15 to 20% above average, above historical averages. That means eating into savings at the worst possible time. The damage of the past few days will take a very long time to heal. But millions of seniors hoping to retire soon don't have that kind of time. They may not have enough to ride out a recession. They may never recover. And what makes this particular market crash especially painful is that it was wholly unnecessary. Donald Trump did not need to start a global trade war with no plan whatsoever. Donald Trump did not need to send the markets reeling. Of all the ways he could have gone about these tariffs, he picked perhaps the single dumbest, most destructive approach possible. Americans wanted Donald Trump to focus on one thing when he became president: costs, inflation, keeping the economy whole. Donald Trump has spectacularly failed already at the one thing people wanted him to do. Instead of lowering inflation, he's made it much worse. Instead of strengthening the economy, he has single-handedly teed us up for a recession. And few will suffer as much and as quickly as the millions of seniors who are planning to retire this year and in the years to come. Retirement is supposed to be sacred in America. Part of the American dream is working hard all your life, chipping in, saving little by little, knowing that when you retire, there'll be something there, not to make you rich, but so you can live a life of some degree of dignity. But Donald Trump has stolen years from people's retirement with his boneheaded tariffs. For them, the damage could be permanent. I yield the floor. Where's Senator Gillibrand? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Where's Senator Gillibrand?
Right behind you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for coming. We were going to talk about the effect on people's IRAs and retirement, but the news that the President Trump just made, we're going to do that. It's still an issue, but not today. We're going to talk about what just happened. So number one, let's make it clear. Let's be clear. Donald Trump is feeling the heat from Democrats and across America about how bad these tariffs are. He is reeling, he is retreating, and that is a good thing. We are going to continue to put the heat on him because there are still much damaging tariffs in place. And we're going to continue to put that heat on him because the 10% across the board is still in place. The China tariffs are still in place. So point number one, he's feeling the heat, tremendous heat. And that heat is not going to be, we're not going to let up, and the American people are not going to let up because this is doing such damage to people's pocketbooks. Second, there's still, it's a partial retreat by Trump, but there's still a lot of damage that's in place and will happen to American consumers, even given what Trump said. But third, this is chaos. This is government by chaos. He keeps changing things from day to day. His advisors are fighting among themselves, calling each other names. And you cannot run a country with such chaos, with such unpredictability, with such lack of understanding of what's going on in the world and the facts. When there's chaos, already damage is done, irretrievable damage is done because of the chaos. Number one, businesses have stopped planning what they're going to do in the future. Many businesses are just putting everything on hold. The desire to hire a new worker or train a new worker, the desire to build a new plant, the desire to try a new product, all on hold. Because nobody knows what the heck is going to happen next, given the chaos of this administration. Consumers, we've seen consumer confidence plummet. And the bottom line is that consumers are holding tight because they don't know what the heck is going to happen. So this is just every day it becomes worse and worse and worse in terms of the chaos, in terms of the unpredictability, and in terms of the logic. They keep changing their minds about what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're doing it, and the only victim is the American public, American consumer, the American citizen, the American business. Who is next? Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you.
This morning, I'll take a little more than the usual time because I want to review what happened over the past 8 days with Trump's tariff tax so that it can be preserved in the record and so that we as a nation can try to process the reckless, unnecessary damage President Trump has created. The past 8 days have been an absolute embarrassment for President Trump and for everyone who truly cares about this country. During these 8 days, the world saw the President of the United States reveal his total lack of understanding of international trade, macro and microeconomics, and foreign relations. The world saw the American president issue a tariff ultimatum so ill-conceived and so flawed that it was mocked from here to the Heard and McDonald Islands. This whole episode is so ridiculous that even the writers of Veep and the House of Cards would have shredded their drafts. Yet it was real. It had real effects, lasting effects on real people. Donald Trump's tariff fiasco caused real damage to the confidence other nations have in America. It had real effects on the uncertainty we feel every day that Donald Trump sits in the Oval Office. It had real effects on people's retirements. Let's start with his announcement on April 2nd that would be Liberation Day, a day of massive worldwide tariffs. Rather than providing a coherent explanation for such a substantial policy change, the stated justification for this massive tariff application varied depending on the moment or who the administration spokesperson was. Depending on the day, President Trump claimed that tariffs would either balance the budget, enable the elimination of the income tax, or bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. While Peter Navarro gave full-throated support to all three of those goals, most of the rest of the administration ignored the first two goals and focused on bringing manufacturing jobs back to the U.S., a worthy goal, one that Democrats, including myself, have been advocating for decades. However, even administration officials couldn't get on the same page. While Navarro and Secretary Bessent were talking about the return of jobs, Secretary Lutnick was espousing that manufacturing would be coming back, but that it would be automated, he said. So, are we bringing manufacturing jobs back or displacing them with machines? It's clear, Mr. President, as April 2nd approached, no one, not even the most devoted Trump apologist, except maybe only Ron Vara, believed the president had an actual plan. Nevertheless, he And on April 2nd, President Trump, against all semblance of common sense, announced tariffs beyond what even the most isolationist Republican could have envisioned. The president made some outlandish claims, and he held up a chart with a lot of numbers on it. And his claims and those numbers were a surprise to pretty much everyone who understands the language, the theory, and mathematics of trade. Putting aside the idiotic tariffs applied to penguins, who produce nothing but guano and baby penguins and consume little more than krill and fish, and putting aside the tariffs on countries who make products Americans crave but who lack the purchasing power to buy our products in return, we all quickly realized that the numbers on Donald Trump's chart were so nonsensical that it took some of the world's greatest economic minds to reverse engineer it to determine the formula. And yet, in perfect Trumpian fashion, his administration released the actual formula and the assumptions behind the chart. Again, it quickly became clear that he based his entire tariff scheme on a formula so flawed, so economically incoherent, that he had to insert some random Greek letters and assign them phony values just to make it look like something out of a beautiful mind. But instead of a stroke of genius, what we got was gibberish. Not genius, but gibberish. Remember back in 2019, Mr. President, when Hurricane Dorian was approaching Florida and President Trump used a Sharpie to alter a NOAA map to try and cover for his mistake? Well, this phony formula is the 2025 reincarnation of Sharpiegate. Except the economic consequences of this fraud will affect millions and millions of Americans. Now, I won't stand up here and say I oppose all tariffs. I don't. I appreciate my supporters on Twitter reminding everyone that I have long championed tough trade policies on China, going back to my early days in the Senate. But I and the American people oppose a whimsical, nonsensical approach to international trade, especially one that so clearly will increase costs on American families. It's one thing to target tariffs on bad actors, like China. That makes sense. But to raise tariffs on allies such as Canada and Israel, everyone knows that makes no sense. To raise tariffs on random islands as the Falklands, Heard, and McDonald, and Svalbard, everyone knows that makes no sense. To raise tariffs on countries like Madagascar, who import little from us but produce products wanted by millions of Americans, everyone knows that makes no sense. And yet, he persisted. Trump persisted. And the world's financial markets melted down on Thursday and Friday. That meltdown may not have mattered to President Trump, but it certainly mattered to millions of Americans. While the big financial players can hedge against an ignorant, erratic president, everyday Americans who have their hard-earned nest eggs in pension funds, IRAs, and 529 accounts to help pay for their kids' college tuition don't have that luxury. While the president and his family can create new meme coins and sell cheap, made-in-China swag so that bad actors and sycophants can funnel the money, most Americans don't have that luxury. No, Mr. President, most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. If they're lucky, they put a little away each month for retirement or college savings. Some of them keep that money in interest-bearing accounts for the stability. Their savings are probably doing okay, but costs are going up so that they may have to dip into those savings. The president let them down. Some Americans put that money in mutual funds that depend on stability and predictability. The president let them down as well. Of course, some Americans have no exposure to the stock market. Their only hope for retirement is Social Security, which congressional Republicans want to gut, and Elon Musk calls a Ponzi scheme. But the president also let them down. because they may not be exposed, but their employer probably is, as is their neighborhood grocer and hardware store owner, and they will be affected if any prices rise. When the financial markets closed on Friday with one of the biggest drops in history, President Trump was golfing and dining with his Saudi friends. On Saturday, while the nation was stressing over their financial instability, the official White House press office gleefully announced that the president would, on Sunday, compete in his club's golf championship. This, Mr. President, was the Trump version of let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. Then on Sunday, after a week of uncertainty, a weekend of stress, while small business owners, retirees, and young families across the country were sitting at their kitchen tables trying to figure out how they were going to handle this dramatic increase in costs, what was the president doing? He was, of course, still golfing. And to the surprise of no one, except for maybe the actual tournament winner, President Trump tied for his own club championship. A remarkable achievement, to be sure. In fact, so great is that achievement that if the president would make public his scorecard, I would gladly enter it into the congressional record and ask for its preservation at the National Archives, though I'm sure his caddy would be reluctant to testify under oath. I know the president likes to talk about his handicap. Over the weekend, his administration tried to cover up for his indifference by claiming that more than 50 countries had reached out to start negotiations. That claim may have temporarily calmed the futures market, but its unbelievability certainly harmed the White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett's credibility. Adding to the uncertainty and lack of faith was that the incoherence within the administration that was in full public effect over the weekend. In between golf swings, the president found time to post, "We will win, hang tough, it won't be easy." Meanwhile, America's de facto president, Elon Musk, told a globalist conference in Italy that he wanted a zero-tariff situation between the U.S. and Europe. That aspiration was quickly and directly rebutted by the tariff architect, Peter Navarro, which led to a public spat, the likes of which the presidency has rarely seen. On Monday, the market started low but quickly skyrocketed because some verified Trump Twitter account announced that an administration official said Trump would pause tariffs for 90 days. The world and the markets rejoiced, but the administration quickly refuted that assertion, and the markets fluctuated downward. Tuesday started with great optimism and a quick market rise, but China's retaliation and the rumors of a European equivalent turned the rally bearish, which brings us to yesterday, Wednesday, April 9th. Mr. President, history will likely record this day as America's actual Liberation Day, because it is the day that President Trump backed down. Backed down. Of course, as with anything Trump does, his backing down created a few private winners and several public losers. We may never discern who the private winners are, but we do know that at 9:37 a.m., President Trump posted in all capital letters, "This is a great time to buy DJT." Donald J. Trump. What exactly was the purpose of this post? Why did he feel the need to add his initials to this particular post? Was it a signal to his friends and family that he was going to pause the tariffs so they should buy low, knowing the market would boom? Was this another stand back and stand by? We may never know. We may never know. But we need to find out, and it must be investigated. Now, we certainly know who the losers are. The losers are the millions of Americans who tried to protect their positions and sold assets during the downturn. they were let down by President Trump. The losers are the administration officials who tried their level best to cover for President Trump's instability by spinning to the media, only to have the president undercut their credibility. Now, we shouldn't be surprised by this. We all lived through the first Trump presidency, after which he even admitted he hired bad people. But here in his second term, the effort that President Trump puts into destroying the credibility of his staff is utterly incomprehensible. To paraphrase a former Trump official, people think Trump is playing 3D chess, but most of the time, the staff is just trying to keep him from eating the pieces. That, Mr. President, is what happened this week. Trump sycophants, Fox News, Republican senators are all used to this game. They know the president is dead wrong, that he is not remotely a very stable genius, yet none of them want to tell the emperor that he has no clothes. Secretary credibility is shot because of his full-on defense of this tariff scheme, followed by his admission that it wouldn't result in American jobs because automation would take over. Secretary Bessent's credibility is shot because of his public attempts to defend the president's ever-changing whims. He spent the weekend and the week saying the administration doesn't want deals, that we're bringing manufacturing back. We aren't pausing. But as recent as yesterday, he made the Orwellian claim that Main Street would benefit from this tariff scheme. But then today, his full humiliation was complete as he tweeted after the president backed down, "No one creates leverage for himself like POTUS." Give me a break. The president even undercut his trade representative during a congressional hearing. Jamieson Greer spent hours defending the president's tariff policy, only to learn of the president's backtracking while sitting at the witness stand. And then, after hours of administration officials claiming that this wasn't a backtrack, that it was the plan all along, President Trump goes to the mics and undercuts his team by saying he caved because he was watching the bond markets and people were getting nervous. With Trump, obedience begets humiliation. So now, Mr. President, you and 330 million of your fellow Americans and countries across the planet are asking, where are we? Sadly, no one knows, not even President Trump. Some proposed tariffs have been reduced, some have not. Our neighbors in Canada and Mexico are asking how this applies to them, and they can't get straight answers. The president himself has leaned into the uncertainty, offering that he may give breaks to certain companies. We should assume those that are owned by his family and his friends. That's how this administration rolls. Asked yesterday about potential tariff reprieves for companies, he replied, this is President Trump, "There have been some that have been hit hard. There are some that by the nature of the company get hit a little bit harder." And we'll take a look at that. So, as we look back on this week of self-made chaos and even destruction, we have to ask, what was the purpose of this exercise? What was the purpose of this exercise? Was it, as President Trump originally said, to force other countries to pay enough tariffs so the United States could eliminate the income tax? No, Trump backed off that. Was it, as President Trump said later, to retaliate against countries that were unfair to us? No, that was never true, but even if it was, Trump backed off that. Was it, as some sycophants and cabinet secretaries have claimed, some 4D chess move to call China's bluff? No, everyone knows that isn't true. This was not a week of 3D chess, 4D chess, nor even checkers. Again, to paraphrase a former Trump official, people think Trump is playing 3D chess, but most of the time, the staff is just trying to keep him from eating the pieces. President Trump is a guy who lights the House on fire, calls 911, and then his MAGA sycophants and Republican senators hit the airwaves and take to social media to laud him for putting out the fire. The president did real harm to America and Americans over the last week. And Senate Republicans stood by and cheered. Senate Democrats will do everything we can to help minimize the damage. First 100 days. Well, this week, President Trump marks 100 days as president. It's been 100 days of hell for American families, for our economy, and for our democracy. The start of Donald Trump's second term has been the worst start of any president in modern times. He now has the lowest approvals any president has seen through his first 100 days since they started polling 80 years ago. Tomorrow night, Senate Democrats will take to the floor to highlight the disaster of Donald Trump's first 100 days. We will expose his broken promises. We'll expose his lies. We'll expose the ways he is threatening democracy. So we will take to the floor and expose Donald Trump as a disastrous president in his first 100 days. We ask America to listen. On the day he became president, Donald Trump promised a golden age for America. Today, that seems laughable. Instead of a golden age, what Americans have gotten is one of the most chaotic, corrupt, and harmful starts to a presidency in modern history. Before our very eyes, the man who occupies the Oval Office is destroying the foundations of our democracy. Federal law enforcement are arresting people with little due process, even going as far as arresting a judge in Wisconsin. At least 4 U.S. citizens, all of them children, 2 suffering from cancer, have been illegally deported. It's sickening, it's immoral. Arrest a judge to try and threaten and scare judges, which he's done before, saying he's about impeachment and other things. Freedom of expression, rule of law is under attack. Government has been weaponized against the free press, against academic and judicial independence, against anyone who might disagree with Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't want to be president of a democratic republic. He has said he wants to be a king or some kind of dictator. He said, "Let me be a dictator for one day." But his actions show he wants to be one for much longer. Meanwhile, billionaires like Elon Musk have been handed the keys to the federal government with little accountability. Donald Trump claimed he's a better president than George Washington, but he takes inspiration more from the likes of Viktor Orban or worse. So 100 days into Donald Trump's second term, what exactly do Americans have to feel good about? Is it that Donald Trump's trade war has pushed our country to the brink of recession? Is it that his tariffs will cost families an average of $4,700 annually? Is it that CEOs and business owners are warning about rising costs, empty shelves, and an economic downturn? Maybe it's that the Dow Jones is on track for its worst April since 1932. The truth is, Donald Trump's presidency is no golden age. It's a disaster. The worst start to a new administration in modern times. Americans are already fed up. Americans are already beginning to see that Donald Trump has betrayed them, that Donald Trump's campaign promises before he won election and his actions as president are almost in direct contradiction on issue after issue after issue. They are seeing that Donald Trump is not on their side. He's not on the side of working families. He's on the side of the billionaires. And we're all suffering for it. So for the last 2 weeks, what happened during recess corroborated all of this. For the last 2 weeks, my Democratic colleagues and I have seen Americans' frustration firsthand. During the Easter recess, I traveled from one end of my state to the other. I visited 6 of 7 congressional districts represented by Republicans in Congress in New York. And I spoke with small business owners, seniors, healthcare workers, veterans, local electeds, Republicans, Democrats, independents, people from all walks of life. People are anxious about tariffs driving up their costs, about inflation eroding their paychecks, and fearful for the future of Social Security. Last week, I met with the owner of a woman's clothing shop in Suffolk County, a well-known woman in Suffolk County, head of a very successful business, Tandy's Clothes, a longtime fan of the president. She said she proudly voted for him, right when I was standing there. But now she said her small business wouldn't be able to absorb the shock of a prolonged trade war, that her costs were already up 30%. This is a Donald Trump voter who's angry at these tariffs. No one I met over the last 2 weeks believed we were entering the golden age Donald Trump promised. Instead, I heard worry, I heard frustration from Republicans, I heard a lot of buyer's remorse. And Republican members from those districts I visited are nervous, worried, scared as could be. They know their voters don't agree with Trump, but they're too scared to buck him. In the upcoming reconciliation, we'll see what they do. Will they side with Trump against what Americans need and want, or will they have a little courage? We are very, very worried about the future of this country with so much at stake. So let's talk about what's going to happen in the Senate in this period, in this work period. Now we're going to convene at the start of the work period, this pivotal work period. And this week, Republicans are expected to begin marking up the text of their reconciliation bill. With so many problems facing our country, with the threat of a recession on the horizon, with tariffs driving costs up, and Elon Musk taking a meat cleaver to Social Security, to veterans care, and to cancer research, what are Republicans in Congress spending their time on? They want to cut taxes for billionaires and make working people pay for it. They want to add over $52 trillion to the national debt. I think of my grandson when I think of that. They want to make the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever. This is the Republican agenda. Billionaires win, American families lose. Republicans have gotten by so far with a bunch of empty and deceptive promises that none of the outrageous cuts they propose will come back to harm ordinary Americans. But their rhetorical runway is quickly going to run out. Soon they will have to show everyone the real details of their legislation, and it's not going to be pretty. Even if Republicans pass a fraction of the cuts they're proposing to Medicaid, it would devastate communities, urban, suburban, and particularly rural. The cost of health care would go up for those least to afford it. Health care workers would lose their jobs. Millions could lose coverage. And for what? So billionaires can pay less in taxes. It is a thoroughly revolting agenda. Democrats will vehemently oppose this bill and all the harmful elements of the Republican agenda at every opportunity. Tomorrow, as I said a moment ago, Senate Democrats will take to the floor to highlight the disaster of Donald Trump's first 100 days. On Wednesday, we'll take to the Senate steps and join in one voice with our House counterparts to decry the ways this president has already, only 100 days in, failed our country. In the coming weeks, we'll continue to oppose deeply unqualified nominees who have no business serving in government. We've seen that already, for instance, with the antics of Mr. Hegseth. We'll also fight Donald Trump's disastrous trade war. Soon the Senate will vote on bipartisan legislation I co-sponsored with Senators Wyden, Kaine, and Paul that nullifies Donald Trump's trade war. To nobody's surprise, the president's already threatened to veto this bill. Senate Republicans, who know how bad tariffs are for their states, should join us to nullify Donald Trump's trade war and ignore his veto threat. And if necessary, we should override the president's veto. These tariffs are so bad and already pushing America into recession. Recession's an economic word for shrinking growth. But what does it mean to American families? More likely to lose a job, harder to find a new job, more likely to have prices go up and not be able to afford those price increases. Finally, Senate Democrats will do what Senate Republicans refuse to do: conduct oversight on this administration. We'll do it on our own. That means pushing for investigations into the leadership failures at the Pentagon. What Hegseth did there was horrible. It means pushing back against attacks on Social Security. It means resisting the defunding of public resources like PBS. It means exposing the chilling arrests of Americans without due process. Day after day after day, we will hammer home the Republican agenda, and Americans will see the difference between Democratic unity and Republican disarray. It's no wonder Republicans are in such disarray. House Republicans fighting with one another, Senate Republicans fighting with one another, and Senate and House Republican leaderships not even on the same page. That's incredible. Why? Because their programs are so unpopular with the American people. Democrats are united in our mission to lower costs for families, protect health care, defend American democracy. Meanwhile, Republicans are at loggerheads with each other. As I said, House Republicans are fighting among themselves. Senate Republicans are fighting among themselves. Leadership in both chambers are at odds. And why do Republicans face this situation where they are so at odds with one another? A simple answer again: because their agenda is so unpopular with the American people, and neither House and no Republican senator wants to be left holding this hot potato. The backlash Republicans are getting from the public, whether it's town halls, in the streets, or through dismal polling data, should serve as a warning to our colleagues on the other side. If they proceed with their agenda, the political outcry will be enormous, just enormous. And so as long as Donald Trump pushes America down the dangerous road we're already on, he'll face resistance from Democrats, from the courts, and most importantly, from the American people themselves. Yesterday, Donald Trump was asked the easiest question in the world for a president. He was asked, "Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States?" Donald Trump's answer, "I don't know." It was appalling. He doesn't know if he's supposed to uphold the Constitution. He swore an oath to that effect. He might have forgotten that. It's hard to imagine something more un-American than Donald Trump, the sitting president, saying he doesn't know whether he needs to uphold the Constitution. As I mentioned, just over 100 days ago, he raised his right hand, swore in front of the nation to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. But no president has done more to disregard the Constitution and buck the rule of law than Donald Trump. And now he plainly admits it, almost proudly. One of the traits of a dictator, Madam President, one of the traits of a dictator is someone hostile to all forms of guardrails and accountability, who doesn't want to hear any dissent. Well, the Constitution is the ultimate guardrail, and Donald Trump thinks he doesn't need to obey it. Donald Trump is the embodiment of what the founders feared: someone hostile, a president hostile to the rule of law, scared of debate, scared of opposition. He can't stand the idea of something restraining his power. So instead, he tries to crush anything he views as opposition. That's not strength. That's insecurity, deep insecurity. Donald Trump is putting our Constitution through the shredder, and Senate Republicans are totally silent. They're complicit. They're watching the Constitution be ripped up. They say nothing. Nothing. 10 years ago, Republicans would have been up in arms over the idea of a sitting president saying he doesn't know whether he needs to uphold the Constitution. Even a year ago, Republicans would have been up in arms had President Biden said, "I don't know if he should follow the Constitution." So where's the outrage from my Republican colleagues today? This much is clear. You cannot be loyal to both Donald Trump and the Constitution. The two are like oil and water. The American people deserve to know where Republicans stand with the Constitution or with Donald Trump as he rips it to shreds. Total obedience. On tariffs. Early this morning, it was reported that Donald Trump caved to Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party with virtually nothing to show for American workers. Donald Trump has changed his mind once again on his tariffs with a new deal with China to pause most tariffs for 90 days. Sadly, it looks like China has once again gotten the better of Donald Trump. They've hardly had to give up a thing. It's another example of Donald Trump's chaos. Trump has one policy for his tariffs on one day, a different policy the next day. One day he's pretending to be a tough guy with China. The next day he's caving to China and getting little, if anything, in return. Who knows what Trump's tariff policy will be in the next 90 days? If I were a business person, I wouldn't count on what he's doing or what he says today that probably won't be in effect in the next week or the next 3 weeks. And even under this deal, tariffs are still significantly higher than they were before Trump's Liberation Day. Businesses will continue to struggle. Supply chains will continue to experience chaos, strain, and unpredictability. And again, this is only a 90-day pause. It's impossible, as I said before, it's impossible to predict what will happen next, even within the 90-day period, because Donald Trump changes his mind so quickly. Whatever seems in front of him at the moment, he goes for. First, he's mad at China, puts in the tariffs. Then he gets lots of blowback, backs off. Where will he be tomorrow? Who the heck knows? But businesses can't count on any reliability, only on chaos. Donald Trump's trade war is a lose-lose-lose for American families and businesses, leaving them with increased costs and more cost. Now on Qatar. Yesterday, reports came out that the royal family of Qatar is set to gift Donald Trump a luxury 747 to use as his own Air Force, Air Force One. Without a shred of shame, Donald Trump will lecture families about putting up with higher prices that he himself triggered and then accept a $400 million private jet from the Qatari royal family. His shameless self-enrichment is without equal in American history. You cannot think of another president who has been so brazen, so selfish, and so destructive of the norms of what America is about. In truth, though, the news of the Qatari Air Force is just one tip of the iceberg. For months, Qatar and other Gulf state nationals have spent billions on deals with the Trump organizations to buy the president. Donald Trump is using his office to enrich himself and his family. This isn't a question. This is a fact with incredible supporting data to prove it. He is putting America's national security at risk to enrich himself. Just as concerning as the very gift are the national security implications that surround it, the deeply chilling part of this drive and national security betrayal from the president is just how blatant and erroneous what he's doing. Almost daring Republicans to stand up to him, defend our country. Daring Republicans. So where are our Republican friends with this kind of egregious, grubby, awful self-enrichment? Silence. Chaos. On drug pricing. A few hours ago, Donald Trump signed a new executive order he claims will, quote, almost immediately bring down the cost of prescription drugs. Americans should hold their applause because Donald Trump's announcement is little more than a photo op masquerading as reform. Just as he said he'd bring down costs on day one and it didn't happen, same thing here, almost immediately. Give me a break. In case Donald Trump has forgotten, this announcement is like what he already tried to do in 2020, with little success. So Americans are right to be skeptical until they actually see their prescription drug costs go down more. Donald Trump can say he's doing an executive order, but we all know the odds are overwhelming that that executive order will fail. The real way to make drug prices reform happen is to do what Democrats do, and what Donald Trump is loath to do. Roll up your sleeves and do the hard work of passing legislation. That's what we did. That's why insulin's $35 for senior citizens. That's why 20 of the most widely used drugs prices have plummeted because we've negotiated with Medicare. That's why no family pays more than $2,000 total for all their prescription drugs. We worked hard, we legislated, we got prices down. Donald Trump does a photo op, says it's going to come down immediately, but obviously this is a half-baked political stunt that is unlikely to bring any meaningful change. Today's announcement is so typical of Donald Trump's presidency. He promises a golden age, but in reality, Americans get fool's gold. On the recon bill text. Yesterday, Republicans released the text of their plan to eviscerate Medicaid while cutting taxes for the ultra-rich. The bill is as toxic as we all feared. With a straight face, Republicans are telling the American people they want to cut taxes for the ultra-rich by trillions of dollars and pay for it with the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever, the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever. If this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health insurance. Again, the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. 14 million people losing their health insurance. Hospital after hospital will have to lay off tens of thousands of workers. Many of them may be forced to close, particularly in rural areas. Republicans promised for months they would protect Medicaid, but now Americans know the truth. Republicans never intended to keep that promise, and this confirms it. Almost 14 million Americans lose insurance. Millions more see their premiums go up. Hospitals from one end of America to the other will close. Thousands will lose their jobs. Millions will lose their access to health care. Kids will suffer. Seniors suffer. Health care workers lose their jobs. Americans with disabilities get hurt. Rural Americans are left to fend for themselves. Hospitals and nursing homes will shutter. States will scramble with their budgets. American families are left out to dry. And why? Tax cuts for the billionaires. That's what happens when Project 2025 takes over the Republican mainstream. But the cruelness doesn't stop there. Later today, we also expect Republicans to unveil their plan to cut SNAP, which feeds about 40 million Americans in need. If the Republicans are to be believed, Republicans plan to cut federal food assistance by hundreds of billions. That's, if the reports are to be believed, that's what the Republicans plan to do. Kids will go hungry. Parents will suffer. I just got back from Buffalo and Albany in upstate New York, meeting with food banks and religious leaders, church leaders who are on the front lines of the fight against hunger. The priests and nuns I met spoke of the obligation that Scripture imparts on us to feed the hungry, to give drink to the thirsty. But right now, Republicans want to rob the least of our neighbors to make it better for those at the top. SNAP should not be a partisan issue. It should not be a political issue. It's a moral question. Are we going to let kids, veterans, senior citizens, and others go hungry? This is about taking care of the most vulnerable in society, especially the children, making sure every child in America is afforded basic dignity. If a kid goes to bed hungry, they can't learn the next morning in school. They can't get along with their friends. They're off to an awful start. So SNAP has been one of the great things that America has done until now in a bipartisan way, but not with these MAGA people running the show and not with the Republicans here in the Senate and in the House being supine to what they know is wrong and vicious and mean and counterproductive. I urge House Republicans to oppose these devastating cuts to SNAP, particularly those New York Republicans whose constituents I've met over the past couple of weeks. I was in or near the districts of two of them today, and the outrage against what they might do was palpable. Given the narrow margins in the House, these swing districts in New York have the power to stop these cuts to SNAP. These Republicans can do it. They can make sure no kid goes to bed hungry. I urge them to stand up and hold the line. When you put it all together, there's no other way to put it. This bill is a grotesque betrayal of working and middle-class families. And a few moments ago, Republicans released their next phase of their plan, hiking taxes on electricity and raising energy costs for seniors and families. Republicans are so captured by the hard-right ideology that they're willing to cede America's energy future to China and tank domestic industries that will need to keep energy costs low in the future. Not a single Senate Democrat will support this destructive piece of legislation. Instead of calling this one big beautiful bill, Republicans should tell the truth. This bill is a big fat grift, and it's the American people who are getting ripped off. Finally, I want to say a little about last week. There are those on the other side of the aisle now shedding crocodile tears that last week the minority asserted its right not to proceed to a bill that has zero legislative text. Imagine, they said, the nerve of the Democrats not voting for a bill when there's no text. How crazy can they be? We asserted our rights very simply to continue the legislative process, to allow time to reach agreement. The majority, in an act of political stubbornness but also stupidity, asked people to vote on a bill they had never seen. They tried to force a vote before senators even had text to know what they were voting on. And then they get upset that we all voted no? They shouldn't be surprised. Least of all, my good friend, the Republican leader, who said in his first speech as majority leader, said, "One of my priorities as leader will be to ensure that the Senate stays the Senate." Well, in the Senate, we've always had to text a bill before we vote on it. I'd say that to my friend, the majority leader. Democrats were perfectly appropriate, fair, and correct in asserting our rights. If this Senate is to work, the majority must allow it to work. Yield the floor. As disturbing as this latest news about a Qatari Air Force One is, it is frankly just the tip of the iceberg. For months, Qatari and other Gulf state nationals have spent billions on deals with the Trump organizations, seemingly to buy access to the president, including a $2 billion from the UAE venture capital firm for Donald Trump's new stablecoin, including the launch of a new Trump hotel in Dubai, worth over $1 billion, and the construction of a beachside golf course in Qatar, potentially worth $5 billion. Donald Trump's business deals in the Middle East reek of crooked self-enrichment. He isn't just blurring the line between public service and personal profit. He's erasing it. This isn't speculation, it's fact, backed by overwhelming evidence. He is jeopardizing America's national security to line his own pockets. What is most chilling about this brazen bribe and the national security betrayal is how openly Donald Trump is doing it. How he is lying about the need for this aircraft and the risks involved, and how he is daring Republicans to call him out. And how are Republicans responding? With silence, with their heads in the sand, total obeisance, afraid to tell the emperor he has no clothes. Well, Republicans may be too scared to stand up to Donald Trump, but I will keep pushing, and Senate Democrats will keep pushing to get more answers to this nakedly crooked arrangement with Qatar. Until the American people learn the truth about this deal, I will do my part to block the galling and truly breathtaking politicization at the Department of Justice. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for being here. Special thanks to Senators Wyden, Hassan, Welch for joining us. Now, this weekend, we got news that President Trump will be accepting almost almost a $500 million jet from the Qatari government. This just isn't naked corruption, it's also a national security threat. Donald Trump isn't just blurring the lines between public service and personal profit, he's erasing it. That's not just speculation. In fact, it's backed by overwhelming evidence. He is jeopardizing America's national security to line his own pockets. That's why this morning I announced I will be placing a hold on all political DOJ nominees until we get more answers on this so-called deal. Until we learn the truth about this deal, I will do my part to block the galling and truly breathtaking politicization of DOJ. We've never seen anything like it. In other heinous news for Americans this weekend, the House Republicans unveiled their plan for the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history. 14 million Americans, at least 14 million, would be ripped off of their health insurance under this proposal. Why? Tax breaks for billionaires. It's appalling. To take people's health care away, to make them sicker. To give tax breaks to billionaires is just appalling. It's not what America wants, and it's not what America needs. Not only will millions of Americans lose coverage, for many others, their premiums will skyrocket. Talk about lowering costs, this ain't a way to do it, that's for sure. And hospitals, rural, urban, and in between, will close. Many, many people will lose their jobs, and many more will lose their health coverage. States will scramble with their budgets, and American families will be left out to dry. For months, the Republicans claimed that their tax plan wouldn't touch Medicaid. Now we know that's a bold-faced lie. They were afraid to admit it, but now they can't avoid it. It's slashing Medicaid more than it ever has been slashed before. It's cruel, it's heartbreaking. Senate Democrats will continue to expose this devastating plan and fight for American families to keep their hard-earned benefits. Senator Watt. I am deeply disappointed that the Republican leader did not condemn the Trump administration's most recent attack on our beloved Capitol Police. I'm appalled and disgusted at the disrespect the Trump administration is showing to the Capitol Police by awarding $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, who broke into the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. And I am appalled and disgusted at the thought that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle support Trump's decision. Awarding the family of an insurrectionist $5 million is an insult to first responders, those who are in the Capitol and those everywhere. It sends a sickening message to police and all other first responders throughout the country. When it matters most, Donald Trump will turn his back on you. Okay, well, thank you all for coming. And to my great colleagues, great Judiciary Committee members, Durbin and Whitehouse and Hirono. So, we all know that Donald Trump sees himself as a king more than a president. Trump is not a king. The Republican so-called Big Beautiful Bill will effectively place a crown on Donald Trump's head. Buried deep in the Republican bill is a really nasty provision that would strip federal judges of one of their most critical powers, the ability to force their own rulings. In other words, Republicans want to codify into law Donald Trump's attacks on our judicial system. They want to gut our federal courts until they're utterly powerless. They want to buck the Constitution and bulldoze the rule of law. This is dangerous, it's reckless, it's un-American. And it isn't just a policy difference. This is an assault on the rule of law, an assault on the independence of the judiciary, and on the very checks and balances that have defined this country since its inception. So today, I'm announcing that Democrats will fight with every tool we have to stop this provision from becoming law, this evil, un-American provision that flies in the face of the Constitution completely. This provision, as I said, is one of the most direct assaults on the separation of powers in recent memory. It essentially hands government officials, including Donald Trump, the license to ignore any ruling from a federal judge that they don't like. And it strips the courts of any power to hold people accountable if they violate court orders, including the Supreme Court. Shame on the House of Representatives putting this in, on the Republicans in the House of Representatives. Shame. This is so bad, it's beyond the pale. So, as we all know, one of the most essential things that the judiciary has, its ability to enforce its own orders. That's the authority we've given the judiciary. And this proposal would effectively render judicial rulings meaningless. Just words on paper with no power to hold anyone accountable. Let's call it for what it is. It's the get out of jail free card for Donald Trump. This is the get out of jail free card for Donald Trump. Now, let's see here. This is also a death sentence for judicial independence in America. It's not democracy, it's authoritarianism. It's a move ripped right straight from a playbook of a dictator. And we all know Donald Trump is a would-be dictator. So you have to ask yourself, why now? Why is he doing it now? Well, Donald Trump's losing in court over and over and over again. Our analysis showed that just in the last month, the Trump administration lost a whopping 97% of rulings in federal district courts. And this came from judges across the political spectrum. Many of them were Trump appointees or Bush appointees, including judges that Donald Trump appointed have ruled against him. It drives him crazy that the judges he appointed are actually following the law instead of following his whim, his wish, his desire to be a dictator. So, rather than respect these rulings, as any president before would have done, Trump and his allies want to rewrite the rules to make himself untouchable. And so, congressional Republicans, sadly, in a great tragic day for democracy, are trying to bend their knees and bend the Constitution and bail Donald Trump out by letting him ignore the courts and all these court rulings that have been against him. And listen to this one. One House Republican even admitted at a town hall meeting in his district that he didn't know this provision was in the bill when he voted for it. What about all the other Republicans who voted for it? Republicans in Congress have been happy to roll over and hand the keys of the House and Senate to Donald Trump and unelected billionaires like Elon Musk. And they're allowing them to run this country into the ground. They're allowing the whole sinew, the whole fabric of what America is all about to be ripped apart and upended in a way we have never, ever seen before. The Republicans in the House were so eager to rubber stamp Donald Trump's monstrosity of a bill that they didn't even read all of it. Or worse, some of them read it and then didn't care. Because protecting Trump matters more to them than protecting our democracy, than protecting the rule of law, than protecting the Constitution. Because whether it's Trump or Musk or any other corrupt official, Republicans are trying to create a world in which powerful people face no consequences, no matter what they do. That's not democracy. That's oligarchy. No one, not Donald Trump, not Elon Musk, not any crooked politician or billionaire is above the law. And if Republicans think they can pull a fast one on the American people by slipping this provision into their bill, they've got another thing coming. So we Democrats are here to sound the alarm. We're united. We'll fight like hell using every tool in our toolbox to stop this provision from becoming law. Next is Senator Durbin. Let me just take all my papers here. The Trump administration has failed miserably in its responsibility to inform Congress about what is happening right now in the Middle East. Before the strikes, leaders in Congress got virtually no heads up. Then the administration delayed the briefing scheduled yesterday. It was scheduled a week ago. Now they're trying to get away with sending only the Secretary of State and Defense for tomorrow, instead of the usual intelligence officials that attend the briefings. Let's be very clear. Briefing from only the Secretaries of State and Defense would be woefully insufficient. If they are the only ones in attendance, They will only parrot whatever the president wants them to say. Sending intelligence officers to briefings in Congress is a long-standing bipartisan practice, and Congress is entitled, as the representatives of the American people, to hear from the administration about matters of national intelligence and national security. Refusing Congress like this would be egregious, troubling, and a violation. It would make Americans wonder, why would Donald Trump prefer to send two talking heads to meet with Congress instead of intelligence analysts and policymakers? Intelligence officials have an obligation to seek the truth, speak the truth. And perhaps that's why Donald Trump does not want to send the intelligence officials to talk to us. Maybe Donald Trump doesn't want Congress or even America to know the truth about what is going on. We know there have been a lot of confusing reports, some from intelligence sources, over the last days suggesting the strikes in Iran were not as successful as the president initially claimed. There may be questions about the accuracy of these reports. I have no idea if these reports are accurate. And today the president said earlier this morning that, quote, the intelligence was very inconclusive. The intelligence says we don't know. All this only underscores the need to hear from intelligence analysts and hear from them directly. What is the administration hiding? Were the strikes successful? How much enriched uranium does Iran still have? How many months will it take them to make a nuclear device? And are they locating centrifuges in a new place? And what is our knowledge of that? Are our troops safe? Are Americans in the region safe? Is the conflict contained? What happens next? And how will the administration achieve the critical national priority of preventing Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon? Both parties, by and large, agree that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I do. But if the president is misrepresenting the impact of our military strikes, and these reports have some accuracy, we don't know if they do, and if the president is turning away from diplomacy with Iran, as his recent post suggested, then what the hell is going on? What is Donald Trump's plan? We really don't know the answers to any of these critical questions. The administration refuses to be transparent. All we get are talking points and tweets. We know that Donald Trump makes things up day to day and then has to retract and turn around. And tomorrow, all we're going to get are talking points from Rubio and Hegseth, because that's what we know they're trained to do. On top of that, today it was reported the administration may actually start limiting intelligence sharing with Congress. The administration should immediately undo this decision if it's true. Are they afraid of the truth? Do they want to hide the truth? The intelligence agencies are known to tell the truth. Is that why they're so afraid to get their information out, the information of the intelligence agencies out? As I said yesterday, the administration's stonewalling of Congress is outrageous, evasive, derelict. The administration has no right to stonewall Congress on matters of national security. Senators deserve information, and the administration has a legal obligation to inform Congress precisely about what is happening right now abroad. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum. From Donald Trump, Senator crying Chuck Schumer is demanding over $1 billion in order to approve a small number of our highly qualified nominees who should right now be helping to run our country. This demand is egregious and unprecedented and would be embarrassing to the Republican Party if it were accepted. It's political extortion by any other name. Tell Schumer, who is under tremendous political pressure from within his own party, the radical left lunatics, to go to hell. Do not accept the offer. Go home and explain to your constituents what bad people the Democrats are and what a great job the Republicans are doing and have done for our country. Have a great recess and make America great again. Donald Trump caved and got nothing. Donald Trump tried to pressure, threaten, cajole, name-call Democrats, but he took his ball home and got nothing. Donald Trump caved and brought home nothing. Democrats stood strong, and Donald Trump faded away. Okie doke. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for coming at this late hour. Now, it's been a long day. Appreciate everyone being around. So let's be clear what happened. Donald Trump attempted to steamroll the Senate to put in place his historically unqualified nominees, but Senate Democrats wouldn't let him. We've been working all week to try and find a reasonable path to allow bipartisan Senate consideration, provided the White House and Senate Republicans met our demands. Obviously, the two sides disagree on a whole lot of things, but we were serious about trying to make some progress. But ultimately, Trump wouldn't agree. He took his ball, he went home, leaving Democrats and Republicans alike wondering what the hell happened. Trump's all-cap tweet says it all. In a fit of rage, Trump threw in the towel, sent Republicans home, and was unable to do the basic work of negotiating. Is this the art of the deal? Posture, cajole, stamp your feet, and then give up? This says it all. Donald Trump tried to bully us, go around us, threaten us, call us names, but he got nothing. And he walked away with his tail between his legs. One of these days, Trump is going to have to learn that he needs to work with Democrats to help the American people. The Trump Republican go-it-alone strategy ain't working, and the American people aren't happy. As we look ahead to the fall, Republicans have to make a decision moving forward. They can work to find common ground with Democrats to deliver for our constituents, for our country. Just look at the 3 appropriation bills we passed this week. It shows that Democrats, when Republicans are willing to work with us, will work with them. Or the Republicans can continue to go at it alone, following Donald Trump down a dangerous path that hurts their party and hurts the American people. Because after all, who is hurt the most when Republicans go at it alone? It's the American people back home. When they go at it alone, they're hard, right, angry people who don't represent America get their way. But when they work with us, that can't happen because we won't let the hard right get its way. So when Republicans chose to go it alone, they ripped health care away from 15 million Americans. When Republicans chose to go it alone, they ended up imposing Medicaid cuts, shuttering rural hospitals. And now they're preparing to allow health care premiums to skyrocket. These health care premiums are going through the roof, and people are going to start learning about it as early as September and certainly in October. And they're going to hate it. This isn't just a $10 increase. These are hundreds and even thousands of dollars that they're going to pay more. And not just Medicaid, not just Medicare, but just about everybody. Because we've been talking to the health insurers, and that's what's happening because of the big, ugly betrayal that they call their BBB. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. My Republican colleagues know that when we are able to land bipartisan deals and get painfully close on a fair deal to bipartisan nominees, we can get something done. But of course, they tried. Some of them in the Republican caucus tried to work with us. Donald Trump pulled the rug out from under him. And again, no one knows what the hell he did and why he did it. They're befuddled. Many of the Republicans told me they're totally confused, but they all know one thing. Donald Trump didn't get his way. Donald Trump didn't get his way. Again, this shows it. He bullied us. He cajoled us. He called us names. And he went home with nothing. Nothing. Americans, whether Democrat, Republican, Independent. They want us to put them first. Instead, the Republican go-at-alone strategy has been devastating for American families. Higher prices on everything from health care to groceries to utility bills to essential goods. That is not what voters had in mind when they handed Republicans very narrow majorities in Congress and a paper-thin presidential victory to Donald Trump. So let me say it again. Sooner or later, Donald Trump, Mr. Art of the Deal, or so he claims, is going to have to learn that he has to work with Democrats if he wants to get deals, good deals, that help the American people. Going at it alone will be a failed strategy. It's the wrong choice for Republicans. It's the wrong choice for the American people.
Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, on Friday, we learned the U.S. economy added only 22,000 jobs for the month of August. A paltry number, an abysmal number, worse than even the already low expectations. Donald Trump has steered our economy straight into an iceberg, and the SS Trump is sinking before our eyes. And I warn my Republican colleagues, the longer you remain aboard, the greater the danger you face of sinking with the ship. Because if one thing is certain, it's that the American people don't want to be paying more for things as simple as coffee and beef, fruits, vegetables. They don't want to see their electric bills go up. They don't want to see their rent go up. And they don't want to see it harder to find a job. But that's exactly what's happening right now. Senate Republicans remain on board this ship, the SS Trump, at their own peril. It's sinking. And Republicans know perfectly well what Donald Trump is doing is without precedent. Oh, their favorite comeback is, well, that's what the American people voted for. They shrug their shoulders. They can't do anything about it. Well, that's nonsense. This summer, big American companies, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Ace Hardware, and so many others have said they're raising prices or that costs will go up because of the tariffs. Americans didn't vote for that. Oh, no. Americans are about to see their health insurance go up by the highest amount in 15 years. You think they voted for that? No. They didn't vote for more Americans to get sick, although that's what the Trump health care plan will do. They didn't vote for more Americans to die. And that will happen as a result of this big, beautiful, quote-unquote, bill. Americans sure didn't vote for any of that. Americans want us to pass legislation that lowers health care costs, expands people coverage. They do not want us to vote to boot millions off their health insurance. They do not want the closings of hospitals, particularly in rural areas where the hospitals don't have much cushion. They don't want the laying off of doctors and nurses and health care workers, so they get less good coverage, and it takes much longer to get it. Americans didn't vote for that, but that's what happened. And here's what the data shows. Americans are fed up with Trump. NBC News Decision Desk Poll, September 7th, 57% disapprove of Donald Trump's job performance, 43% approve. 60% believe America under his leadership is on the wrong track. 61% disapprove of the way he's handling inflation. CBS News, September 3rd to 5th. 56% disapprove of Donald Trump's job performance. 62% oppose new U.S. tariffs on imported goods. So it's no wonder that Americans are winning in state special elections, even in districts that Trump previously won by as many as 10 points, from one end of the country to the other. The elections show, these by-elections, these local elections show, Americans reject Donald Trump just several months after he got into office. To put this all together, the story's clear. Donald Trump's sabotaging our economy. He's sending health care costs through the roof. Americans are sick of his failures, which brings us to the work of Congress this month. It's less than 20 calendar days when government funding runs out, and a shutdown will happen if nothing is done. How Congress proceeds is up to our Republican colleagues. They are in charge. They run the House, they run the Senate, they have the presidency. Well, if our Republican colleagues know what's good for the country and good for them, they'll realize that they should no longer remain aboard this sinking ship that Trump is commanding. The greater danger that they will face is sinking with this ship. Finally, and just as importantly, it is unacceptable that Donald Trump has told Republicans not to negotiate with Democrats. And Donald Trump is heading America towards a shutdown by not negotiating. Look, here's what he said. These are Trump's words, not mine. I'll remind everybody of his words last week. Don't even bother to deal with Democrats. When Donald Trump says don't even bother to deal with Democrats, he says he wants a shutdown. Plain and simple. And again, that's the last thing the American people want. A president who says my way or the highway and shut the government down if I don't get my way. That's what he's saying. The public is on our side. The public is on our side. Public sentiment is everything. The Republicans don't like the partisanship, they don't like the status quo bill, and they certainly don't like Donald Trump refusing to even have Democrats be part of the decision. He says he doesn't need us. Well, Donald Trump either doesn't know how to count or doesn't understand the modicum of Senate procedure, which most Americans do. You need 60 votes, Mr. President, Donald Trump. You got 53. You need our votes. To say not to bother with us is saying you want a shutdown, plain and simple. And the American people see that. Finally, Leader Thune has spent a lot of time talking about the past. He's quoted me. I want to remind Leader Thune, I want to remind my Republican colleagues, when Democrats were in the majority and I was majority leader, every year we did not see a shutdown. I was majority leader for 4 years. No shutdowns. Why? Because we sat down with the other side and negotiated. We knew that the majority had to work with the minority. Like now, like then, we had to get 60 votes. And bipartisanship ruled the day. It had to, if you want to avoid a shutdown. Why is that not happening now? Well, frankly, Leader Jeffries and I were befuddled for about a month, because in late July, we asked Thune and Johnson to sit down with us. Late July. We heard nothing from them. Crickets. We asked again in early September. Nothing. Crickets. But now it's become clear why they wouldn't sit down with us. Here's the reason. Donald Trump. Donald Trump made it clear, don't even bother dealing with the Democrats. Thune and Johnson, listen to Trump. They are not independent actors. They don't represent an independent Congress, an independent House, or an independent Senate. And when Donald Trump says don't negotiate with Democrats, they don't, and come up with 20 excuses why. The single biggest reason that we are on the brink of a shutdown is Donald Trump's refusal to let Republicans even negotiate. I yield the floor. Unanimous consent, the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, today is the sixth day of Donald Trump's government shutdown. Senate Democrats returned to Washington ready to negotiate. We're ready to work with Republicans to reopen the government and end the health care crisis that faces tens of millions of Americans. But it takes two sides to have a negotiation. We need the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans and the President to come to the table. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and Speaker Johnson seem to be on another planet. Instead of trying to solve this shutdown crisis, Donald Trump spent the weekend golfing and posting memes and deep fakes on the internet. He seems to think this shutdown is some big joke. He's wrong. People will lose their paychecks. Seniors will see Social Security support services slow down. There will be chaos for travelers. This shutdown is all on Donald Trump's shoulders, and Americans agree, according to the polls. Poll after poll after poll, from CBS to the Washington Post to Marist to Morning Consult and many others, consistently show that the public sees the president as most responsible for the shutdown. He's in charge. His party holds majorities across the government. So Americans naturally and correctly believe the burden is on him to fix this mess. Speaker Johnson, meanwhile, has canceled yet another week of session for the House. Why? Because the Speaker knows House Republicans are bitterly divided on health care. He knows a large chunk of his conference doesn't want to fix people's premiums at all. The right-wing MAGA folks. Meanwhile, some of his less extreme members feel a necessity to fix this mess. The Speaker knows these divisions in his conference are serious and deep. So what does the Speaker do with these divisions in his conference, almost irreconcilable? He ducks. He chooses the politically expedient way out. He keeps the Congress out of session for weeks at a time, passes to the Senate a partisan bill with no Democratic input. That's not leadership. That's derelict. Even today, the Speaker said that we can deal with the ACA crisis sometime later. He said, wait, kick the can down the road, to postpone any negotiation until the very last minute. Speaker Johnson, I ask him the question, why the wait? Why not solve this crisis now? If you're not ready to solve it now, how do we know you're going to solve it 45 days from now? When you won't even do it now, and the same reasons that hold you back now will exist then. Insurers are waiting around to set rates for next year. They're doing it right now, not 3 months from now. Delay has always been Speaker Johnson's MO. Speaker Johnson has survived by kicking the can down the road on every major issue under his speakership, promising everyone that the thing they wanted is just around the corner. He did it repeatedly with the Freedom Caucus, for instance. And he's doing the same thing now with health care. If Speaker Johnson is serious about lowering costs and protecting the health care of the American people, why wait? Most of America, when Johnson says later, they know he means never. Democrats want to deal with the health care problem now. A recent poll by KFF shows that 80% of Americans want to extend the ACA tax credits, including 60% of MAGA Republicans. That's where the people are. A CBS poll also found that 75% of Americans don't think the administration is focused enough on lowering costs. Well, lowering health care premiums would be one of the very best ways to lower costs, because those costs are going through the roof. Many estimates show the average American would pay $1,000 more for health care. Listen to this. If you're a couple, 55-year-old couple who makes $80,000 a year, your premiums could go up $25,000 a year. How is anyone going to deal with that issue? Why is Johnson waiting? But yet again, Speaker Johnson and MAGA Republicans continue to lie and change the subject. Donald Trump does the same thing. The Speaker today once again lied that Democrats' proposal would provide health care benefits to undocumented immigrants. He even cited a page number and section within our proposal he says supposedly proves the point. Of course our proposal doesn't say that. As the Sunday show talk commentators Johnson sent down with this weekend pointed out, and he had no real rebuttal. Saying that Democrats' proposal provides health insurance to undocumented immigrants is plain and simple, a blatant lie. It was a lie yesterday, it's a lie today, it'll be a lie tomorrow. Nothing in our proposal, not even the page the Speaker keeps citing as changes that, as fact checkers have repeatedly pointed out, independent fact checkers, not Democrats, not Republicans, just experts. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for Medicaid, Medicare, or ACA credits under current law or under the Democratic continuing resolution proposal. It's been the law for decades. Instead, here's what Democrats want to do. We want to reverse the devastating cuts to American health care that Republicans passed in their big, ugly bill. We want to extend the ACA tax credits that lower costs for eligible Americans. These are the plain facts. But Speaker Johnson and Republicans don't want to deal with the facts. They don't want to talk about health care because they know the American people are appalled by their health care policies. So instead, they lie, change the subject. And Speaker Johnson and the House Republicans would rather duck out of town than come into session and do their jobs. You know, when Leader Jeffries and I met with the President, he, of all people, seemed at least to somewhat appreciate the immense harm of letting these ACA credits expire. Of course, we had to walk the President through it first because it seemed he had no clue of the crisis before our meeting. But frankly, what should happen now is this. The President should lean on Speaker Johnson to relent on his extreme refusal to negotiate. It's not a sustainable position for the Speaker to literally shut the entire House down and not do anything to solve this crisis. Again, why wait? Democrats are ready to solve this now. We urge Donald Trump to get Speaker Johnson and our Republican colleagues to come to the table with Senator Jeffries and I, negotiate and address this problem and fix it once and for all. I yield the floor. Based on vote? Look, after five failed votes, it should be clear to Republicans that we cannot go forward unless they sit down and seriously negotiate with Democrats to address the health care crisis. It's that simple.
Do you know what Donald Trump was referring to when he said he'd been speaking with some Democrats?
They later, as I understand it, he has not been speaking to any Democrats.
A poll came out from CBS News that found only 48% of Democratic voters believe what you're fighting for is worth a shutdown. If you don't have a majority of your party, how do you continue?
Look, all I can tell you is the American people feel very deeply about solving this health care crisis. Every poll we have seen shows they want us to do it, and they feel that the Republicans are far more responsible for the shutdown than we are.
What about these threats to do these rifts or layoffs? Like, they're still threatening those.
Yeah, the bottom line is that the American people know if they do layoffs, if they do rifts, it falls on Donald Trump's shoulders. He's doing it, not Democrats, and the American people know that.
Do you have concerns that...
Is there any plan?
Now, on a different subject, the shutdown. Yesterday, for the fifth time, the Republican CR failed to secure enough votes to pass this chamber. After 5 failed votes, Republicans should understand they cannot go forward unless we come to a bipartisan agreement to address the health care crisis facing America. The shutdown has now lasted almost a week, the Trump-caused shutdown, and Republicans are still in the no negotiation, our way or the highway mode. And President Trump, meanwhile, is not taking this shutdown seriously. Listen to this. Instead of fixing health care, instead of reopening the government, Donald Trump seems more interested in sending money to other countries instead of focusing on the problems here at home. His administration is in negotiation right now to send a $20 billion bailout to Argentina, right in the middle of a government shutdown. You got to be kidding. Does the administration really want us to believe there's not enough money for air traffic controllers, not enough money to fix the ACA healthcare premiums, but there somehow is $20 billion available to bail out Argentina because because Trump likes the government's leader there? Give me a break. It shows you that this administration and Republicans are not serious enough when it comes to people's health care and when it comes to ending their shutdown. So, the crisis will not end by sending $20 billion to Argentina. We need to get serious about fixing the problems here at home. starting with health care. And Democrats, our position has not changed. We want the same thing that a majority, an overwhelming majority of Americans want, which is to end this shutdown and halt the health care crisis that will send premiums spiking for tens of millions of people. 80% of Americans want to extend the ACA tax credits. 58% of Trump voters want to extend those credits. We need to end this shutdown and halt the health care crisis. And we can do both. It's not either or, as some Republicans seem to think. We've been wanting to talk to the president and Republicans, have serious negotiations with the president and Republicans for months. On Argentina, if Americans want to know just how little Donald Trump seems to care about their health care, look at what he's doing today in the Oval Office. As we speak, the administration is approving $20 billion in taxpayer dollars to bail out Argentina in the middle of a shutdown. I have just one question. If this administration has $20 billion to spare for a MAGA-friendly foreign government, how can they say we don't have the money to lower health care costs here at home? The overwhelming majority of Americans say we need help with our health care, and they're busy spending $20 billion because Trump seems to really like the leader of Argentina. They're both sort of MAGA types. The administration is giving this money away to help Argentina's hard-right president in his election, where his party is in serious trouble. It's a bailout, it's nonsensical, and at the same time, the American people are frightened, scared, worried about losing their health care. It makes no sense to give money to Argentina and then say we don't have enough money to help Americans with health care. It is so against what Americans want. I'm sure if we had a vote here in this country, it would be 99-1 almost that the money belongs here. And that's what we should be focused on. Meanwhile, farmers across America are looking at this Argentina bailout on one side and wondering whose side the administration is on. It's been a devastating year for our soybean farmers because this administration has bungled trade talks with Beijing, and as a consequence, they've killed our soybean exports to that country. Now China is looking precisely to Argentina to cut new soybean deals, while our farmers at home suffer backbreaking losses. And on top of all that, you mean to tell me the administration's fine sending $20 billion of taxpayer dollars to help foreign farmers compete against American farmers here at home in the middle of a shutdown? It's insane, utterly insane. This Argentina bailout is a slap in the face to both American farmers and to working families worried about keeping their health care. So I'll say it again. If this administration has $20 billion to spare for a MAGA-friendly foreign government, they cannot turn around and say we don't have the money to lower health care costs here at home, because those costs are going through the roof.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, first I want to thank our great senators Klobuchar and Kaine and Wyden for leading the charge here on the Senate floor against Donald Trump's destructive, self-defeating, and often utterly juvenile trade war. Today, the Senate will vote to end Donald Trump's national emergency declaration against Canada and put a stop to the asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north. This has been the most peaceful relationship over the centuries, and Donald Trump seems to throw a hand grenade to undo that relationship. We need to put a stop to this asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north. And if Americans want proof that Donald Trump's trade war has been a catastrophe, considering this: while he capitulates to Beijing, he's raising tariffs on Canada. How nonsensical, how stupid, how thoughtless. One of our strongest allies, one of our most important trading partners. I don't know of two large economies that are more entwined than America's and Canada's. And after a year and a half of failed trade war, Americans have not gotten liberation. Instead, Americans have been saddled with a national sales tax. That's what Trump's tariffs are, a national sales tax on Americans. The average family, America, listen to this, the average family, American family, is paying $2,000 more a year thanks to Trump's tariffs. Our farmers are taking a beating. In New York, Donald Trump's 35% tariffs on Canada have been devastating. We depend on tourism. More than a quarter of the tourists who visit Niagara Falls and the wine country in the Finger Lakes region are from Canada. So many from Canada are flood New York City every year. And yet, this year, tourism and border crossings are down 20%. Western New York and Buffalo depend on those border crossings all the time. Trade between our nations has been hurt. Jobs have been squandered. The economy of every northern border state, as Minnesota, has suffered. And now Donald Trump wants to add another 10% tariff on Canada because his feelings were hurt over an ad featuring Ronald Reagan. Can you imagine what an infantile leader we have in America? He sees an ad and then hurts the American people with these tariffs? Yep. That's right. Donald Trump's pride has become so fragile that he's threatening to increase tariffs on Canada by another 10%, from 35% to 45%. Why? Simply because the government of Ontario released an ad that included a radio address from President Reagan warning about the danger of tariffs. And apparently that got Donald Trump's feelings all hurt. Trump is letting his delicate little ego drive U.S. trade, whether it's with Brazil or Argentina or with Canada. And the consequence is that Americans are paying more. This isn't a laughing matter, really. No. Struggling families have to pay thousands of dollars more each year because Donald Trump doesn't like the internal goings-on in Canada or Argentina or Brazil. That hurts Americans. And we pay more for construction materials, for aluminum, for paper, and so much more. But do you know what the truth hurts? What President Reagan said back in those years about the danger of tariffs was true back then and remains true today. And I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle disagree. So right now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the radio address delivered by President Reagan on April 25th on free trade and on the harms of tariffs on the economy, April 25th, 1987, be added into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Yesterday, the Senate came together in a bipartisan way to pass legislation to end Donald Trump's bogus emergency declaration in Brazil under the leadership of Senator Kaine. Today, we can take the next step to reverse Trump's trade war on one of America's most important allies, Canada, under the leadership of Senator Klobuchar. I urge my Republican colleagues to join Democrats once again to think about the families back home that are hurt by Trump's tariffs and to put an end to Trump's tariff war on Canada. Enough is enough. I yield the floor and ask consent to yield back the remaining time.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
SJ Res 77, joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose duties on articles imported from Canada.
The question occurs on the passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Shock. While Donald Trump is bragging about remodeling bathrooms at the White House, Americans are panicking about how they will afford health care next year. I read an article from ABC News that interviewed a photographer from Utah who gets her health care through ACA. She will go from paying $495 a month, already outrageous, to $2,100 a month, an increase more than 4 times. It's more than a mortgage. And that is Donald Trump's America. Americans pay more for health care than they do on their mortgage. It's outrageous, and it just puts an anchor around a financial anchor around the ankles of every family. And what is Donald Trump doing in the middle of all this, this horrible sticker shock crisis that people are just feeling so awful about? Well, if you watched Donald Trump this weekend on 60 Minutes, you saw a president utterly dismissive of the pain his policies have caused working people. While people are paying more for everyday expenses, Donald Trump went on TV to insist that everything is fine. He claimed yet again that we have no inflation in this country. The only problem? That's a lie. Trump, talk to the average American and tell them they have no inflation as they're paying more for everything. Particularly this weekend, they learned how much more they're paying for health care. And inflation has accelerated, actually accelerated, since the start of Trump's trade war. Donald Trump also celebrated that grocery prices are going down. Which grocery store does he shop in? Probably none. But when Donald Trump celebrates that grocery prices are going down, it's a surprise to people who actually shop at grocery stores, because they're seeing prices go up and up and up. And when Donald Trump was asked what he's doing to end the shutdown, he said his usual nonsense, it's the other side's fault, utterly ridiculous. Donald Trump is the president. People look to him to negotiate, to fix problems. Finally, I will note this. Donald Trump was also asked several times what his plan is for fixing health care. And what was his answer? Pure gibberish, because he doesn't have a plan for health care. The only plan Republicans have for health care seems to be to eliminate it, and then to tell working people to go figure it out on their own. That's not a health care plan. That's cruel. But it's what Republicans have tried to do with health care for decades. We all remember the moment when John McCain rebuked his party to preserve it. Democrats have been very clear from the start. We need to lower people's health care costs. We need to reopen the government. We need to extend the ACA premium credits. That is what a majority of Americans want.